last night in the first inning without putting a ball in play, but came up with only a run. A chance for a quick knockout was squandered. In the top of the fourth, when Andre Ethier became the team's sixth double-digit home run hitter, Yasmani Grandal going back-to-back was already there, and Jock Peterson's mammoth blast, his 20th and the team's 100th. Mike Bolsinger had an easy 3-hit 4-0 lead, but from easy to queasy. Little did we know that Bolsinger had some bad oysters in Miami and a worse reaction in Phoenix. The bullpen, which hadn't given up a run in the previous 5 games, had an equal opportunity meltdown. 10 runs, 13 hits, 5 walks, and 107 pitches later, the Dodgers were battered and beaten and clinging to a half-game lead in the National League West. It's a beautiful night for baseball. And live from Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona, Sportsnet LA presents the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Arizona Diamondbacks in Game 2 of this 3-game series. Hi again, everybody. Charlie Steiner, Oral Hershiser. Nomar will rejoin us on the next trip. Power has been the name of the game for the Dodgers so far this season. Jock Peterson, the most powerful of all. Peterson hit his 7th home run this month. His home runs this month have averaged 450 feet. His 20th home run last night traveled about 460 feet. The Dodgers on the season have hit 100 home runs, accounting for 47% of their runs, but last night it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. You know, it even broke a string. 42 games in a row. When they've hit 3 or more home runs, they've won the game. Well, we didn't win the games with the power last night, but this offense is starting to come alive. Since they got shut out in Chicago in Game 3 of this road trip, this offense has scored 26 runs in the next 6 games, so they're starting to show some life, and they love to hit here in Arizona. So the home runs are there, and they also walk. They're leading the major leagues in walk with 282, so I believe they're going to get some runs. But why did they not get the win? Because of the bullpen meltdown. But I don't think it's time to get on this bullpen and worry about them. I think it's time to compliment them. A 3.63 ERA from Baez, okay, that's the high of all the guys down there, but you go down to a .57 with Kenley Jansen and a .39 with J.P. Howell. This is a bullpen we can rely on, and they will need him tonight because Carlos Frias is on the mound.
Carlos Frias, the Dodgers need length and quality tonight. We'll be back with the lineups in first pitch. Dodgers and D-backs coming up from Arizona. buy the 2015 Jeep Cherokee with an EPA estimated 31 highway MPG. It's the perfect choice. Visit Jeep.com today. And now it's time for the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game. 103 degrees outside. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning in effect in and around the Phoenix area as the Dodgers and Diamondbacks get ready for the second game of this three-game series. Meanwhile, in Florida, they're playing in the bottom half of the eighth inning, and the Marlins are leading the Giants 4-3 as play began tonight. The Dodger lead a skimpy half game over San Francisco. Arizona is 5 back, San Diego 6 off the pace, Colorado in last place, 9 games behind. Now a look at the Honda lineups. It's going to be Peterson and Kendrick and Turner. Adrian Gonzalez in the cleanup spot, Yasiel Puig, Andre Ethier, Yasmani Grandal, Jimmy Rollins, Carlos Frias. It's the exact lineup as last night that produced 6 runs and 10 base hits. And the former Dodger farmhand Ruby De La Rosa will be making the start.
And here it is, the end of June. The beginning of June was really rough for Ruby. Gave up 16 earned runs in his first 2 starts in June, but his last 3 have been excellent. He's gone 7 innings, and 8 innings, only given up 2 earned runs, so he has really found his way.
Against the Giants, Padres, and Rockies. And now he's facing the Dodgers, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. 103 degrees outside, 83 inside. As Peterson takes inside 2 balls and no strikes. Jock, of course, with that monstrous home run last night. So he has been on a tear. 6th in the league with the 20 home runs. He's got 20% of the Dodgers' 100 home runs. And he takes a strike, and it's 2-1. Andre Ethier, who has thoroughly enjoyed playing against his hometown Arizona Diamondbacks from the beginning of his career. To the left side and a diving play, and Peterson robbed of a hit. Tried to go the other way. But Nick Ahmed, the shortstop, on the left side.
Yeah, Nick, the lone fielder on the left side there, and he's playing almost like infield in to protect against the bunt that Jock flashed yesterday in his first at bat over there. So Ahmed in a lot more tonight, but great range there with the dive.
And Kendrick steps in and takes a strike. Howie at 289, 6 home runs and 32 runs batted in. And he has enjoyed hitting against De La Rosa. Kendrick last night 1 for 3 and 2 walks. And Turner is on deck. This is game 33 of 34 in 34 days. Through the first 32 games of this spread, 15 up, 17 down, 4-4 on the road trip. For Mattingly's crew, holding on to a skimpy half-game lead and rooting for the Marlins tonight. 2-2.
It's going to be a task if De La Rosa has his command like he has had his last 3 games. He can get up there 96, 97. Really, the hot streak has come with the command of the 2-seamer.
Into right field, and that is a fair ball. Kendrick will get himself a stand-up double. For Howie Kendrick, his 15th 2-base hit of the year.
Surprise, surprise, Howie Kendrick goes to right field. He picks on the 2-seamer from De La Rosa, low and away, a really nice pitch, but an even better swing right there for Howie to stay on that. Just kind of blocks it down the right field line. At times we compare Howie to Derek Jeter, the retired Yankee, and that's just about the approach he took right there.
So here's Justin Turner stepping in at 324 with 11 home runs and 36 runs batted in. And has been terrific throughout his career, hitting in the clutch, runners in scoring position, and he takes high and away, 1 ball and no strikes. Turner this year with runners in scoring position is at 348. 11 home runs and 36 runs batted in. Takes a strike, and it's 1-1. Turner is just 38 plate appearances away from qualifying for the batting title. And at .324, he would be 4th in the league.
It would behoove him to get caught up to those league leaders in at-bats, at least the 3.1 times games played when they select the extras for the All-Star team. That'll insert his name in a lot of categories where all of a sudden he might get more consideration.
Dodgers have been steadfast in saying, all right, he's going to play 3 or maybe 4 games in a row and then rest. Now the 1-2. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes with Gonzalez on deck. Last night, the Dodgers squandered 4-0 and 6-4 leads. Bolsinger feeling considerably better today, appropriately sitting next to or standing next to Stan Conti.
The medicine chest.
2-2 with Kendrick leading off second. And Turner's down on strikes.
Justin looked like that was a pretty ugly swing, and it was on a slider away that was really wide, but Justin looked like he was sitting on something that was going to be firmer and tail into him. Lost his balance completely.
Here's Adrian Gonzalez. Walked in 5 plate appearances last night. Struck out, got a board on an error. Bounced into a double play in the first inning. It really kind of set the tone for the night. Puig on deck. That's Kendrick leading off second. So on the year, Gonzalez 13 home runs, 48 runs batted in, 9th in the league in RBIs, and 9th in the league with 85 base hits. High and outside.
They didn't start Adrian off with a fastball. They started him out with a changeup, but they are pitching him away, both the fastball and the changeup away. There's a shot of Mike Harkey, the Diamondback pitching coach.
Boy, was he busy last night.
Rick Honeycutt's birthday wasn't a present either.
2-1 to Gonzalez.
On the night that Rick Honeycutt turned 61, the best pitching coach for me in the big leagues, he had to parade 6 relievers out there. Not his closer Kenley Jansen, but everybody else really did not give him the present that they would have wanted to. Started out with a starter with food poisoning and ended up with a bullpen that had a meltdown that has really been very reliable.
2-1 with Kendrick leading from second. Gonzalez at 298 and Puig is on deck. Meanwhile, don't look now, the Diamondbacks are just 5 games behind the Dodgers. Now the 2-2. In Florida, the Marlins have scored a run in the bottom of the 8th. Now lead the Giants 5-3. So here we are. It's not even the 1st of July. And serious scoreboard watching in the National League West. Kendrick with the double to right. He's at second with 2 out in the 1st. And for De La Rosa, his 20th pitch. Into left field and deep. Back at the wall, it will be caught by David Peralta. Well struck, a little short, no runs and a hit. Carlos Frias getting ready for his 12th start of the year. He'll be facing Pollock, Peralta, and Goldschmidt when we come back. Of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and here's the lineup he has put together tonight, brought to you by Honda. A.J. Pollock, David Peralta, and probably the best all-around hitter this year in the National League, Paul Goldschmidt, riding a 10-game hitting streak. Yasmani Tomas, Jake Lamb, and Wellington Castillo, Owens, Ahmed, and De La Rosa. The bottom third of the lineup, here's Carlos Frias' his first pitch. And the 25-year-old right-hander making his 12th start of the year.
Had a very nice start in Chicago to really start to secure this road trip and get the Dodgers back to 500 at 2-2 on the road trip. And his quality right now is the fact that he's starting to get some fastball command on both sides of the plate. There's been an emphasis for that, and also for him to start to master some of his off-speed pitches. If he can do both of those things, he's going to be a quality starter for a long time.
7 hits, 5 innings of shutout baseball against the Cubs on Thursday. Struck out 5 and walked 3. Now here's Pollock. He's having a career year. 4th in the league with 86 base hits, 297. And Frias misses. 3-1. Talking about Pollock, the Diamondbacks had 2 terrific young center fielders, Adam Eaton and Pollock. They had to make a decision on one or the other as Frias walks the first batter. Defensively today, or tonight, behind Frias, round up the usual suspects, Turner and Rollins and Kendrick and Gonzalez. Ethier, Peterson, and Puig in the outfield, and Grandal is behind the plate. Now Pollock has 16 stolen bases, and Peralta had quite a night last night. Bunt base hit, doubled in a couple of runs in the 7th inning when things were really coming undone for the Dodgers in a hurry. To the right side, Kendrick, Rollins, low throw, not in time. Pollock coming in hard on Rollins. Throw low and to the outfield side for Adrian Gonzalez.
Well, Howie Kendrick knows that the both runners are very fast, so he tries to rush this ball over a little bit off balance. They're getting the ball to Jimmy, and once Jimmy gets it down around his shins, he's going to be out of rhythm, and Adrian does a good job just keeping that ball in front of him and recording 1 out between the 3 guys.
Well, now here's Goldschmidt, who is a legitimate Triple Crown candidate. Second in the league in average, second in the league in hits, fifth with 20 home runs, third in the league, 64 runs batted in, riding a 10-game hitting streak. Right now, you can make a pretty compelling case that he has had the best season of any hitter in the National League.
He's done it all. Hit for power, hit with runners in scoring position. Understands how to play the game with situational hitting also.
Goldschmidt was 2 for 4, a walk, a couple of RBIs, and a run scored last night.
Part of the adventure of fastball command. It looks like he caught the strike zone with that one. Frias has looked in a couple times thinking he's had a pitch and not gotten it already.
Mark Wegner behind the plate tonight. Goldschmidt leads the majors with a .467 on base percentage. One ball and 2 strikes. Goldschmidt could care less what the count is. He's hitting .352 overall, and when he's behind in the count, he's even better than that.
It tells me that he's a really good breaking ball pitcher, and that pitchers think that they want to try and fool him, and he probably spoils the good ones and hits the bad ones.
2-2. Goldschmidt out of Wilmington, Delaware. Eighth round pick in 2009. Broke his hand last year and missed a considerable amount of time. On 2-2.
There's the exact sequence that I'm talking about a good hitter when he's behind in the count. You see this pitch right here. It fools him as far as the location, but he's able to keep enough balance and extend to foul that ball off and force you to throw one more. A lesser hitter is turning around and walking back to the dugout.
He's walked 60 times. He has been struck out 62. And now here comes the 2-2 instead of toss to first base. Peralta's stolen 4 out of 6. Grandal has thrown out 11 of 45. No score, 1 out, bottom of the first. There's Manny Tomas on deck, and Goldschmidt will not go quietly.
He has fouled off 2 extremely good pitches. When you can still be up there, you're going to hit for a high average. Anytime you're going to trade an out for another opportunity, your average is definitely going to go up.
So Paul Goldschmidt at .352. A couple of points behind D. Gordon. Gordon, by the way, tonight hit a 3-run inside the park home run. Giants last licks, top of the 9th at Marlins Park, and Miami's got a 5-3 lead. And it has just gone final. So the Dodgers pick up a half a game at the moment. Giants lose in Miami. On 3-2, the runner goes, and Frias has dug himself a bit of a hole. First and second, 1 out, a couple of walks.
Well, Goldschmidt doesn't work well into a hit, but spoiling those pitches and getting those foul balls got him a walk and increased Frias' pitch count. Good veteran leadership here from Jimmy Rollins coming in and getting him refocused.
Goldschmidt wins an 8-pitch at bat. Now Yasmani Tomas. In spring training, he was declared a bust. They sent him out a little bit. Well, the bust has turned into a boom. 314, 4 home runs and 29 runs batted in. Jake Lamb on deck. And Frias misses high and away.
Tomas, they've tried him at third base, and that didn't seem to work out. He was going to be a defensive issue there, and so they switched him to right field, and he has found a home out there. He's really at home in the batter's box.
And he's taken off a fair amount of weight since spring training. And now Frias having difficulty finding the plate.
You've just got to remember, as a young pitcher, one pitch can get you out of this jam. Don't think about the whole mountaintop. Just take it one shovel at a time, and sometimes a really good pitch right here will get you 2 and you'll be out of it.
Of the 16 pitches, 10 have been balls.
He's been a little too fine on that outside corner. We've seen a lot of pitches where Yasmani is sitting on the edge or even just the outer half, and he's not really pulled them into that left-handed batter's box, but definitely trying to pick that corner instead of being aggressive on the plate out there.
In his last start on Thursday in Chicago, he got into some trouble. A walk and a hit, was able to get out of it. He's in some trouble here as Tomas to third. Turner steps on the bag and fires to first, and Frias gets out of it. No runs, no hits, 2 walks, and 1 left. So Turner turns the double play. And Puig and Ethier and Grandal will be coming up. We are scoreless. We go to the second. Six-year-old right-hander. Dodgers signed him as a non-drafted free agent 8 years ago. He was but a teenager then. And then from the Dodgers to the Red Sox, and came over to the D-backs in the offseason, along with Alan Webster, who, by the way, started last night, shipped out today. Wade Miley went from Arizona to the Red Sox in that deal. As Yasiel Puig steps in. Way ahead on a slider down and away. Puig at 289 with 3 home runs and 10 runs batted in. Ethier and Grandal to follow. Quickly 0-2. Slider away, fastball down and in.
Yeah, 2 quality pitches, and Yasiel now kind of going back to his old tricks, which he loves to attack early in the count.
Puig with 3 home runs and 10 runs batted in.
Walked 4 times over the last 2 games, showing a lot of patience. He took his walk total for the year from 11 to 15.
Puig a walk in 5 plate appearances last night. Also struck out.
That sounded outside at 96. That's a big, strong young man, and he has a big arm. And he's at 91, 92. The ball has a little bit more tail.
To short. Ahmed. All in one motion. Andre Ethier last night cracked his 10th home run of the year, a line drive just inside the pole.
A lot of change-ups on Allen Webster, and Andre Ethier sat on one, got one up in the strike zone, and he did not miss it.
So the Dodgers now have 6 hitters with at least 10 home runs. Ethier joined the club last night with 28 RBIs, hitting .268. And over the course of his career, he has loved hitting against his hometown team. He and Gonzalez. And with his home run last night, Ethier passed Willie Davis, moved into sole possession of 9th place all time on the Los Angeles Dodgers home run hitting list. And he continues to torment the D-backs. Well, Ethier hit the home run in the 4th inning, and Grandal would go back-to-back.
This one to left field, and it was a well-hit changeup also. It was such a good home run that he came up right-handed, and at bat later used the same left-handed helmet.
And he would hear about it from his teammates.
Especially when he's standing on first and got a base hit with the wrong helmet.
So Grandal with 11 home runs and 27 runs batted in at .266. Ethier short lead at first. The shift is on for Grandal, who takes low and outside. The outfield is essentially straight away. Pollock a step or two toward right. Rollins on deck, scoreless in the 2nd. All of Grandal's home runs have come as a left-handed hitter. Two balls and no strikes to Yasmani Grandal. Ethier has 1 stolen base on the year. The Dodgers as a team have 14, ranking dead last in Major League Baseball. A.J. Pollock has 16. Paul Goldschmidt has 15. Each has more home runs or stolen bases than the Dodgers do as a team.
Yasmani is an outstanding fastball hitter and an outstanding low ball hitter. This one just kind of gets above his swing. Nice job fighting it off with a good healthy cut.
Rollins on deck. We're just underway. 108 degrees outside. Grandal takes outside. And it's 3-1.
A new partnership is being formed on Arizona with Ruby De La Rosa on the mound and Wellington Castillo behind the plate. The relationship has really helped Ruby De La Rosa. He has a tendency to lose his concentration in certain innings, and Wellington has taken the reins and done a good job with him.
Into left field. He went the opposite way last night. He goes the opposite way again tonight. Yasmani Grandal, his 12th home run of the year. And the Dodgers take a 2-0 lead.
Wellington Castillo forced Ruby De La Rosa to throw a changeup the pitch before this. He shook it off. He forced him to throw it. He threw a good one, but Yasmani laid off it, backed him into a fastball count, and here it comes, the cheese, and it did not get by the mouse. Grandal puts another great swing on a ball to left field last night. A home run on a changeup. Tonight on a fastball.
So for the Dodgers, their 101st home run of the year. No other team has hit as many as 90. Now Rollins takes under the knees. Looking to hear a sizable Dodger contingent inside Chase Field tonight. Rollins, 7 home runs, 23 runs batted in. He was 1 for 4 last night. Knocked in 2 in the 7th. And that was about the last time all night the Dodgers felt good about themselves. As Arizona scored 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, and 4 in the 8th. Rollins to first. Goldschmidt takes it by himself. There's 2 out. So Yasmani Grandal. Number 77, Carlos Frias. When the Dodgers score runs, almost half the time it comes by way of the long ball. Only the Astros have more home runs involved in their total run score than the Dodgers do.
And with 2 driven in by that home run by Grandal, I got to believe we're tied with the Astros now.
Well, the Dodgers have scored 332 runs, and they've hit 101 long balls. Frias is a very fast runner.
And he's attempted to bunt for a hit a few different times, and he is very fast, and that could be a tool for him. If you're a good bunter and have a chance to bunt for a hit, and then you can also learn a short compact swing to just make contact on the ground, all of a sudden your ground balls will get through more often, and your bunts, you've got a chance.
Frias down on strikes. That ends the inning. But Yasmani Grandal hits his 12th home run of the year. And for the Dodgers, they're 101st. And they've got a 2-0 lead.
here at Chase Field as he takes the hill for the bottom of the second inning. And Carlos Frias has had two very different seasons, home and away, with a road ERA coming into the game of 2.45 compared to 5.86 at Dodger Stadium. Don Mattingly didn't really have an explanation for the success on the road versus home, but he said he's most effective when he changes speeds, uses both sides of the plate, guys. He says he gets into trouble when he overthrows, typical for a young pitcher. He said his stuff is good, so if he throws strikes and is able to use his secondary stuff, he'll have a good night.
Thanks, Alana. Well, Mattingly doesn't have an explanation. Do you?
No, maybe just a little bit of rhythm that he feels better through his growth when he's out there on the road. You know, I think you'd feel more comfortable at home, especially as a young pitcher with fans cheering for you and know that everybody there wants you to do well.
This is his 12th start. And Jake Lamb, with the Dodgers putting on the shift, pokes a hole in it, goes the other way.
Pretty nice pitch, but I might think this might be a hit no matter where you're playing him with that line drive that touches the outfield grass. Put Jimmy Rollins over there at the normal shortstop position. That's by him.
Lamb was 0 for 4 on a walk last night. And Wellington Castillo is stepping in, making his 16th appearance with Arizona. Began the year with the Cubs. Had a cup of coffee. There are many coffee shops in Seattle, but he wasn't there long. The Diamondbacks really in search of a catcher ever since they traded Miguel Montero to the Cubs. So Castillo has come in, taken over the job. 4 home runs, 12 runs batted in. This is his 16th game in Arizona. Castillo had a big hit last night. Castillo doubled in a run in the 8th inning.
You think about this being his 16th game with 4 home runs and 12 RBIs. Don't multiply that out over a full season. 41-20. He's hot right now.
He's found a home, and sometimes you have to look at yourself in the mirror if you played on 3 teams in about a month. And he has in Castillo. Now 28 out of the Dominican Republic. Spent 11 years in the Cub organization. Owings is on deck. Lamb, decent speed. And that's past Turner into the left field corner. Lamb with good speed. He'll go to third, throw to second base, and Castillo is out at second base. Andre Ethier with a perfect throw. Diamondbacks flirting with the notion of a replay request.
Wellington Castillo just turns on that inside pitch, gets the barrel on it, but Ethier does an amazing job. Think about his versatility, playing left field, playing right field, playing center field, and throwing it accurately from everywhere. Eyes and a baseball mind and a very strong arm that looks like they just barely got him with that tag.
So Andre Ethier with a big assist. Lamb goes to third. And Chris Owings coming up. With 16 runs and 23 hits pounded out last night, Dodgers playing the infield back early in the game. For Ethier, that was his 5th outfield assist.
And not the easiest of throws for a left-handed thrower, going over there in the corner and then having to turn back to second base and to throw accurately and with some zip on it.
Owings takes high.
A lot of times when you turn that opposite way, you're going to lose one or the other, the direction or the arm speed, but he was able to maintain both.
Owings 2 for 4 to runs scored last night. The senior citizen, at least in terms of point of service with the Dodgers, Andre Ethier. Altogether, the Dodger arms in the outfield, 19 assists. That's the most of any club in the National League. You know, Puig's got the great arm. Van Slyke has been terrific. Peterson can throw. And Ethier, as we just saw again, with the big assist. 2-1. 2-2.
Yeah, the outfield gets more opportunity because they don't have a big reputation of having unbelievable arms other than Puig. So he gets all the attention. So third base coaches might push the envelope a little bit more, especially on Jock, who they don't know, a rookie in center, and Andre Ethier, who's a veteran that gets to the ball but throws accurately.
Into center field, Peterson with a long way to go, and he will track it down. Tagging and scoring is Lamb. And the Diamondbacks get their first run, and boy, did Jock Peterson have a long way to run for that one.
Yeah, it goes into the books as a sacrifice fly to center field. In my book, it goes in the Dodger book as not a hit, but only a run scored. This could easily have been another run scored, and that ball falls in if you don't have an outstanding center fielder like that young man.
It's the second out of the second as Nick Ahmed steps in. Ahmed steadily improving. Hit a 2-run home run last night. Had a base hit, a sacrifice. Takes a strike, 0-1.
When you get all the outs you're supposed to get, and then you get some you're not supposed to get, it takes a lot of pressure off the pitcher on the mound. And that's what Jock Peterson is starting to do out there for the Dodgers. And completely, really, this whole Dodger defense, Charlie, has been outstanding. It's been a complete flip from what was going on last year defensively. We had the Bermuda Triangle out there for a lot of 2014 as the Dodger defense, but this Dodger defense has been one of the tightest in the big leagues.
Second in the league, 14th in the league last year. Turner handles the topspin. Ahmed is thrown out. The inning is over, but the Diamondbacks come up with a run and a hit. A great throw by Ethier. It'll be the top of the third for the Dodgers and the top third of the lineup coming up. Peterson, Kendrick, and Turner when we come back. Dodgers all-time leader in stolen bases, Maury Wills. First 40,000 fans in attendance will receive a Maury Wills bobblehead presented by New Balance. For more information, go to Dodgers.com/promotions. Well, Jock Peterson with a terrific catch in the bottom of the second, leads off here in the top of the third. Peterson with 20 home runs and 38 runs batted in. He's hit 7 home runs this month. The average distance of the 7 home runs, 450 feet. He's on quite a pace. Only 2 rookies in National League history have hit as many as 20 home runs before the 1st of July. Wally Berger in 1930, playing with the Boston Braves, had 22 before the 1st of July. You may not know him, but you certainly know Albert Pujols. In Pujols' rookie year, 2001 with the Cardinals, he had 21 home runs before July 1st. And here we are on the 29th of June. So he's in impressive company. Travis Lee was a rookie phenom with Arizona.
Tall, lanky, left-handed hitter.
And never did pan out to what they had hoped and expected. And a short left center. Pollock. First out of the 3rd. Mariners and Padres in San Diego tonight. Miguel Rojas had an RBI, and D. Gordon a 3-run inside the park home run as the Marlins beat the Giants, and the Rockies are in Oakland. Kendrick a double to right in his first at bat, and he may get another one. He'll take the big turn and hold. So Kendrick is 2 for 2.
We saw Howie start to get hot about 4 or 5 days ago. We thought all of a sudden the balance was coming back. Don Mattingly gave him an off day, let him get a blow, and all of a sudden his legs are back under him and he's back to swinging it like Howie can.
And in the process, he's extended his hitting streak to 6 games. He's 11 for his last 22. Need not be Einstein to realize that's 500. Turner a strikeout victim in his first at bat. Dodgers with a 2-1 lead. A 2-run home run for Grandal in the 2nd. 1 out, top of the 3rd.
You know, Charlie, you were talking about scoreboard watching. You know, the National League West looks like it's going to be tight all year. 7 games separate 4 teams, really only 6 games. And the only other division you can talk about that way is the American League East. And that's their whole division, where they could throw a 7-game blanket over the whole division. Everybody else, it's only about a 3-team race in all the other divisions.
Well, one of the things the Dodgers have going for them is their play within the division. They're 27-20. Last year, that was one of the big reasons why the Dodgers won 94, because they were 50-26 within the division. One ball, one strike. So Kendrick 11 for his last 22 in his career against De La Rosa. Bring him on. 10 for 17, a .588 average. So a perfect matchup for Kendrick and the Dodgers tonight. 1-1 to Turner. Kendrick with 2 stolen bases.
It's really interesting to watch the Dodger lineup start to morph into what it looks like you would want it to be, with Jock Peterson, who started down in the 8 hole, now in the leadoff hole. Howie Kendrick, who's been in the 4 hole, but now with Yasiel Puig back and Justin Turner swinging the bat so well, you can slip Justin into the 3 hole. Yasiel behind Adrian Gonzalez in the 4 hole, and you can move Howie up to the 2 hole where he hits so well behind runners. Turner has been so hot, and he uses the whole field, especially the middle of the field. When he hits it to center field, it's powerful. Barely behind the ball, right field the home runs. A little bit ahead of it, left field the home runs. Nothing down the right field line, but that is power to all fields right there for Justin Turner, the number 3 hole hitter for the Dodgers.
It's his 12th game batting third. You've had Kendrick batting third, Gonzalez batting third, Puig a couple of games in the 3 spot. And Kendrick now, his 5th game batting in the 2nd spot in Mattingly's lineup. Looks comfortable. And again, the fact that he can go the other way.
It's really hard to defend him if all of a sudden Jock gets on with a single or a walk. Let me just say the walk part.
Turner's done. That's a 3rd strikeout for De La Rosa.
First at bat, Justin had a weak swing on a slider away, looking for something in. This at bat, he does get the 2-strike fastball in, and maybe because he was looking for it, he got a little too aggressive and swung at a ball.
So 2 out, and Gonzalez coming up. Adrian flied to left in his first at bat. Grandal a home run in the 2nd. As Gonzalez takes high and in, 1 ball, no strikes. Gonzalez over the course of his career here at Chase Field hitting merely .397. Into left center. And that's David Peralta, and that's that for the Dodgers in the top of the 3rd. No runs and 1 base hit. De La Rosa then the top of the order for the Diamondbacks to face Carlos Frias when we come back for the bottom of the 3rd. De La Rosa, 3 out of 35 this year, will lead it off. And then Pollock and Peralta. Diamondbacks begin the night 5 behind the Dodgers. And they were thrilled with the way they were able to come from behind last night. A call strike, 0-1. The Dodgers, of course, had won 7 straight over Arizona. Mattingly was saying after the game that was probably as painful a loss as he had felt all year.
And on the other side of the coin, Chip Hale, Arizona Diamondbacks manager, he was talking about what a response it was to the home runs that the Dodgers put on the board, especially with Mike Bolsinger throwing up the 4 goose eggs, but they caught a break when the stomach flu put him down, and they put it to the Dodger bullpen.
Boy, did they ever. Dodger bullpen last night, the previous 5 games, hadn't given up a run. But then last night, 10 runs, 13 hits, 5 walks, and 107 pitches. So having said all that, it is incumbent upon Frias to stay out there a while tonight.
Those guys down in the pen just need to turn the page. They've had an outstanding body of work so far this year. They're 5th in the National League in ERA. They're 2nd in wins with 17 out of the pen. They're 3rd in strikeouts. They're 2nd in batting average against. So they've done their job. They just had a bad night.
Oh, look at the play by Turner in the long throw. Got him! Justin Turner, a foot fair, the long throw, and he gets De La Rosa.
Justin Turner getting more and more reps because of his bat. And where do you put him? We put him at 3rd, and the more reps he's gotten down there, the more the Carls cam will be shooting him, because he has turned into an outstanding defender. Carls cam picks it up. Justin Turner finishes it off.
And Chip Hale is requesting another look.
Nice little backhand. Regains his balance. Uses the strong arm to cross the diamond.
First base umpire Mike Mulchinski made the call. Mike Winters is the crew chief. What do you think?
Hard from that angle. It deserves a Carls cam replay, and it got it, but I'm not sure what the call is going to end up.
Well, frankly, over the past couple of weeks, there have been calls made on replay, and you begin to wonder, what are they thinking and why? For instance, the home run last night that deflected off a fan, and they call him safe. So De La Rosa with the infield hit.
Well, it doesn't nullify the great play Justin Turner made. Let's take one more look at it. Still tough even with that look.
Well, Frias has been playing with fire. This is a 3rd consecutive inning that the Diamondbacks have had their leadoff man reach first base. Pollock began the game with a walk. In fact, the Diamondbacks had 2 walks in the first inning. Couldn't cash in. Tomas would end up bouncing into an inning-ending double play. Pollock 297. Peralta on deck, Goldschmidt to follow.
Here's where Carlos Frias needs to make the big pitch earlier in the inning, then to continuing to set the table and not get in the strike zone, not making a quality pitch right here. Do it with a man on first, no out, 2-0 count. Don't wait till it's 1st and 2nd or 1st and 3rd.
2-1. So 41 pitches have been thrown by Frias. 22 strikes and 19 balls.
Yeah, you said in the open, Charlie, as we went to break, that they needed length and quality from Carlos Frias. Well, the length is probably not there, because he's only gone 5 1/3, 5 1/3, and 5 in the last 3 outings.
Into right field and right at Puig.
And with the pitch count we're working with right now at 42, he's got a chance to go 6. Keep putting up some zeros.
Now finally, just around the corner, there is something the Dodgers haven't seen since the end of May. A day off. This is the 33rd game for the Dodgers in a span of 34 games in 34 days. So the bullpen is tired. Everybody's tired, but the bullpen in particular, especially after last night. David Peralta bounced to second in his first at bat and takes a strike.
The only silver lining to the 6 pitchers that pitched out of the bullpen last night is Pedro Baez was the only one that went over 20 pitches. He went 26 pitches. Everybody else was under 20. So I think they're all available, other than maybe they'll try and avoid Pedro since he's just coming back off the DL and building his endurance.
Peralta threw 19, Garcia 20, Nicasio 19, Liberatore 7, Baez, as you mentioned, 26, and J.P. Howell threw 16. No balls and 2 strikes to Peralta at 267. One out, bottom of the 3rd. It doesn't go far enough for De La Rosa to advance.
That's a key block right there. You know, it's Monty. It gets away from him a little bit, but he's quick as a cat as soon as he sees it away. Look how quick he's out of his knees and over there. And Ruby De La Rosa, being a pitcher, not going to move up on that, but it was a good scamper over there to recover that egg.
The longest Frias has gone in an outing this year against the Cardinals went 7 innings. Most of his starts are 5 1/3. A couple at 6 2/3 and a couple at 6.
And that's a product of him continuing to learn to have fastball command, but also really to be able to command the off-speed stuff to get the 3rd, 4th time through the order.
2-2.
The fastball command will keep the pitch count down and also make you more effective against hitters like Paul Goldschmidt. But then the off-speed stuff gives you more weapons to show fresh looks to the hitters as you see them 2 and 3 and 4 times.
Missing low.
Man on first and 2 outs. Good time to face Paul Goldschmidt, but I don't want to face him with a 1st and 2nd or 1st and 3rd 1 out. It's a big pitch for this inning for Carlos.
Three and 2. Third walk, and now Frias is really flirting with danger.
In some ways, the Dodgers have set the table for Paul Goldschmidt. Infield hit from the pitcher. It was a tough play from Justin Turner. It was bang, bang, and he beat it out. And now the free pass. The key to getting good hitters out or not having to pitch to them is get the guys out before they come up. You know, that hasn't happened here.
So how's Goldschmidt doing with runners in scoring position? 429.
Don Mattingly mentioned to Alana Rizzo earlier today that Carlos has got to keep from overthrowing, and this is where he got to realize that the movement on his fastball, getting the ground ball here, is better than adding a mile an hour or 2. And right now he's definitely overthrown on the first 2 pitches. This is not about high fastball striking him out, because Paul will catch up to that. This is about avoiding the meat of the barrel of the bat and getting a ground ball double play.
At 429 on runner in scoring position average. Second in the league behind Nolan Arenado. And now Frias really digging himself a hole.
He might have not caught a break there. The 2 overthrown fastballs, and then that one. right on the edge.
Goldschmidt walked in his first at-bat, has a 10-game hitting streak. Third in the league with 64 runs batted in, and on and on and on. With a .352, second highest batting average. On 2-1. Watch out. Ooh. Andy Green had to be on his tiptoes getting out of the way of that third base coach.
That doesn't tell you as a pitcher that Goldschmidt can turn a bullet around. What would? You throw a 92-mile-an-hour fastball in on his hands and he can pepper his dugout.
Goldschmidt in his career .337 against the Dodgers. 17 home runs, 56 RBIs in 67 games.
Yeah. Yasmani can't get on the same page with him. He gave him 3 different pitches. Carlos still said no. Yasmani just waved him off because he wanted to step off. You're too much on the rubber there, and you could have a tendency to balk, still staring through things. What happens to a young pitcher right there? The first sign he doesn't like. The second sign, it's not the one he wants. The third sign, it is. But I've already shaken off 2 from a veteran catcher. Am I really in the right place? Good conversation.
2-2 to Goldschmidt with 2 on and 1 out. And now it's 3-2. Paul Goldschmidt came up on August the 1st, 2011. And he has hit more home runs and had more RBIs against the Dodgers than anybody. The third full count of the game for Frias. The 5th 3-ball count. 3-2 with 1 out. Tomas on deck. Dodgers nursing a precarious 2-1 lead.
Well, the good thing for the Dodgers is a pitcher on second base, so I don't think they're going to start the runners. Goldschmidt's the kind of hitter you could start the runners, but not with your starting pitcher out there. So the double play will still be in order.
They stay put into center field. Peterson makes the catch. The throw goes wide. Gonzalez backs up. Peterson, at first, I don't think he was sure he was going to be able to make the play.
Well, this is quite a battle with Carlos Frias, and I don't think he throws him a strike until the very last pitch. 2 balls up. Goldschmidt swings at 1. A slider blown away. Just misses, doesn't get the call. There's the fastball in by the hands, then a slider he pulls in the dirt. And then 3-2, gets one on the inner half, and Jock makes a nice break on it. Tried to put a deke like, oh, I won't throw it. And then kind of got in between on which runner did he deke. Neither one. Adrian in the right place to pick up the scraps.
Now Tomas grounds it foul. Well, anytime you get Paul Goldschmidt out, you breathe a sigh of relief.
You sure do. And what a learning experience for Carlos Frias to get out of this inning and bolster his confidence, and then going back over it later with Rick Honeycutt, with Yasmani, with A.J. Ellis, talking through the inning. You could really gain some confidence getting out of this.
Got to deal with Tomas. 1 ball, 1 strike. In the first inning, the Diamondbacks on a couple of walks had first and second, 1 out, and Tomas bounced to Turner, and that would be a double play to end the inning. Jake Lamb on deck. Tomas takes outside. Meanwhile, it's now 50 pitches in on this journey for Frias. Correction, 58. And Frias taking a lot of time out there tonight. Frias has thrown more than 100 pitches only once all year. 83 in his last start, 87 the start before that, as Tomas swings and misses.
He has really had some great pitches on his arm side, which is inside to right. He's watched this ball bury on Tomas. Just eats him up. Carlos can start to do things like that on the outer half of the plate, where most of his pitches have been wide. He'll be dominant.
On 2-2. You know far better than I, but these are an awful lot of high pressure pitches very early in the game.
Yeah, a pitch count doesn't tell the whole story about the wear and tear on a pitcher. The mental wear and tear and the physical wear and tear. You could throw 60 pitches over 6 innings and you'd be breezing. You throw 60 pitches in this, what seems to be an eternity of 2 2/3.
Now 3-2.
That's just a non-competitive pitch. It's an excellent pitch. If all of a sudden home plate was in the left-hand batter's box, I love the trajectory of it. I love the break of it. But it just has to be more competitive to make the hitter bite.
Well, now with a full count and 2 out. Only 17 of the 61 pitches thrown by Frias tonight have been without runners on base. To second base. Kendrick bobbles it, but still has time to throw out Tomas, and that ends the inning. That seemingly would never end. No runs, 1 hit, a walk, and 2 men left. And we will go to the 4th. 2-1 Dodgers. Invited out to center field before the game for an opportunity to take a photo with a Dodger player. For more information, go to Dodgers.com/promotions. It'll be Yasiel Puig, Andre Ethier, and Yasmani Grandal. Well, Grandal Frias in his first 2 innings threw a total of 31 pitches, 16 for strikes. In the 3rd inning, he threw 31 pitches and 17 for strikes. So he's already at 62. And that will be an issue as this game goes on.
De La Rosa, who was out on the bases for probably sometime over 10 minutes. Or he beat out the infield single to Justin Turner, was on first standing there through a few batters, then got the second after the Frias walk. But then Frias he got Goldschmidt and Tomas out, and he was standing out there the whole time other than the 3-2 pitch. So by the time he got into the dugout, got himself together, a little late with the warm-ups.
Puig bounces short in his first at bat. Whacks one into left field. Past Lamb, he had no choice, had no chance, and Puig arrives at second base with a stand-up double in the fourth.
Well, Yasiel Puig starting to swing earlier in the count. The hand's starting to feel better. Little slider right here that kind of backs up on De La Rosa. Backs up on De La Rosa and gets by Lamb.
So now the Dodgers with Puig at second base and nobody out. Going to put that thumb guard on. His 8th double, and here's Ethier, who singled and scored a run in his first at bat. Ethier, of course, has tormented the Diamondbacks ever since he came up a decade ago. Now that's a big swing.
Well, this is where you realize how long the Dodger lineup can get. Yasiel Puig could hit leadoff on a lot of teams. He's not. He's hitting 5th. Andre Ethier could hit 2nd on a lot of teams. He's not. He's hitting 6th. Yasmani Grandal could hit 3rd, 4th on some teams. Well, he's hitting 7th.
Ethier 256 with runners in scoring position, fouls it off, and it's 0-2.
And Charlie, you've talked about all the guys with double-digit home runs on the Dodgers.
6 of them.
That's what makes this lineup, when they're all swinging the bat well, which they're starting to come out of their slumps, all of them out once. Could be a really potent offense.
Dodgers the only team with as many as 6 hitters with double-digit home runs. Ethier joined the club last night. Line drive home run, a foot fair down the right field line. Dodgers as a team this year, 274 with runners in scoring position, which is 20 points higher than their overall batting average. But Ethier down on strikes on 3 pitches. 4th strikeout for De La Rosa.
Well, once you got the 2 strikes, it's really hard. You're trying to hit for yourself now, but you're also the team guy that Andre Ethier is. He's trying to get the guy over to third base. So you see he starts early in case it's the fastball, gets the changeup, and ends up being too far out in front. But was trying to do the job.
Now Grandal, a home run, a base hit, 2 walks last night, a 2-run home run to left here tonight. Back in the 2nd inning. That's how the Dodgers have their 2 runs. No balls and 1 strike to Grandal. Now at 270. Jimmy Rollins on deck. So Puig still at second base after the leadoff double. One ball and 1 strike. Next pitch will be De La Rosa's 60th. Puig has tried to steal 2 bases this year and still looking for his first. Two and one to Yasmani Grandal.
He's doing a good job laying off some changeups that a lot of hitters would be licking their chops at and jumping out of their shoes, because Yasmani's swinging the bat right now very, very well. But he's also not only swinging the bat well, he's seeing the ball well, because he's taking the good pitchers' pitches and he's swinging at the ones that he can hit.
Now 2-2. Dodgers and D-backs wrap it up tomorrow night. First pitch at 20-7. Brett Anderson and Robbie Ray. And then homeward bound are the Dodgers. Big rip.
Castillo wanted that ball inside. It leaked back over the middle of the plate, gave Yasmani a chance to foul it off. And Wellington Castillo behind the plate was upset just because they missed the location by a little bit. He feels like they would have beat him inside. You see that ball leak back.
Two runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers, 1 run and 3 hits for the Diamondbacks. Grandal goes the other way again.
A little chat from the catcher-pitcher combination. Called the fastball in twice. We haven't gotten it in there yet, so don't worry if I call it again.
Castillo, 28 years of age, and De La Rosa, 26.
The ball's running all the way back in. Just asked him to keep his front shoulder in a little bit more, maybe get a truer flight on the ball inside to a left-handed hitter. A relationship that is working out for De La Rosa right now, having Castillo behind the plate. Diamondbacks are very happy with the way Castillo has managed his career so far, just in the few games that he's been behind the plate with him.
On 2-2. Count is full.
We talked about Paul Goldschmidt spoiling pitchers' pitches and then getting another chance, and then he worked a walk against Frias. Yasmani Grandal looking like a very accomplished hitter in this at bat.
This is the 8th pitch, and he's down on strikes. 5 strikeouts for De La Rosa.
Well, he made him work, and he came all the way to the 3-2 slider.
And Jimmy Rollins coming up. Rollins with the big 2 RBI hit in the 7th inning last night. Jimmy has been struggling with runners in scoring position. 167 on the year, including the hit last night. Frias on deck. Rollins swings and misses. It's 1-1.
Both starting pitchers have really kind of walked a tightrope. Really haven't commanded the game thoroughly, but have dodged big bullets.
The 68th pitch. To the right side, Goldschmidt. Underhanded toss to De La Rosa covering. That's it. Tomas, Lamb, and Castillo to bat in the bottom of the 4th. 2-1 Dodgers.
A couple of Dodger fans making their way into Chase Field earlier today wearing Sandy Koufax's jersey. It's a special day for Sandy Koufax. If you think about it, 53 years ago today, he threw the first of 4 of his no-hitters as a member of the Los Angeles Dodgers. He did it back on June 30th in 1962. Struck out 13 batters, walked 5 en route to the victory over the Mets. 22 career no-hitters in franchise history, 12 in LA since moving from Brooklyn, guys.
Johnny Roseboro, the catcher that day, as Yasmani Tomas leads it off and takes a strike, 0-1. Looking back at that Dodger lineup, had Maury Wills leading off, Gilliam at third, Willie Davis in center, Tommy Davis in left, Fairley, Howard, Roseboro, Larry Burride, the second baseman. No balls and 2 strikes to Jeff Lamb. Lamb single to left in his first at bat. So who did Koufax shut out that day? Should get an asterisk. It was the 62 Mets. This is going to be a tough play. Out of the glove. It's not going to be in time. With Kendrick in short right field and Lamb running so well, Kendrick had no chance. Five walks, 13 strikeouts. They celebrated 62 Mets on this day in 62. Richie Ashburn in left, Rod Caneal, Felix Mantilla, Frank Thomas, Cliff Cook, Jim Hickman, Elio Chacon, Chris Cannizzaro, Bob Miller started. The 62 Mets had 2 Bob Millers. One was righty, one was lefty. And neither was especially good. Well, when you win 40 and you lose 120, the Mets actually got a break. They had 2 rainouts. Castillo single to left, try to stretch it into a double back in the second inning and be thrown out. Andre Ethier with his 5th outfield assist of the year. Here we are in the 4th, and the Diamondbacks have had the leadoff hitter on in each of the 4 innings. Frias now at 68 pitches. Only 21 of them have come without a runner on base. So he's been in high stress situations from the get-go. Popped up a million miles in the air. And it is Gonzalez calling off Grandal. First out of the 4th. Brings up Chris Owens.
The Mets didn't catch a break that day when Sandy was on the mound. They said they caught a break when they got the 2 rainouts, but Sandy mowed them down.
On that night at Dodger Stadium, 29,797 in a game that took 2 hours and 46 minutes to play. Grounded foul. Koufax. (1962).
Not only an unbelievable pitcher, an unbelievable gentleman, and in some ways I feel like he's still pitching because of all the guys that he's helped. Still works with Dodger pitchers to this day. Taught Rick Honeycutt so much what he knows in his pitching coach role. Taught me so much. He's made a huge impact on the pitching community above and beyond his statistics. And of course, Clayton Kershaw, Zach Greinke there having an unbelievable year. Sandy's wisdom is everywhere.
You remember Nick Asaski?
Yeah, I remember Nick Asaski. You know, I learned a lesson that day.
That was July 29th, 1984.
So it was my first full season in the big leagues, and it was a 3-0 count fastball, and the game was 1-0, and he swung at it and got a hit. But I didn't realize at the big league level the 3-0 green light with a 1-0 game until that day, and I had a no-hitter going. I think it was the 7th or 8th inning. I don't know what it was.
7 2/3.
So if I'd have known he was swinging 1-0 game, I might have thrown him a slightly better pitch, but I just grooved it right down the middle. Unfortunately, he just got a base hit. Had a couple shots at no-hitters, never threw one. Tony Gwynn broke up one in the 8th also.
Well, there's no sin there.
Ground ball right to Mike Marshall, but he broke to the bag. Tommy brought Mike in to be a better defender than our first baseman that day. I think it was Greg Brock, and he was ailing a little bit. And Mike came in from right field to play first base, and the first ball Tony hit was a ground ball right to him, and he was so anxious to make sure that he got to the bag, he forgot that he could have caught it, and I would have covered first. That one didn't work out either.
So you, as well as anybody, understands how difficult it is to pitch a no-hitter,
so
much less a perfect game.
Yeah. And especially for us guys that are the non-strikeout pitchers. The guys who strike out double digits, the 10 and above guys, they've got a better chance of throwing the no-hitter because the ball's just not put in play. But you average 6-7 strikeouts a game, it's kind of hard to throw a no-no.
Chris Owings down on the slider. This is the first strikeout of the game for Frias. It's the second out of the 4th. And Nick Ahmed coming up.
Not a clean inning for Carlos tonight. Leadoff guys get on everywhere, but he's been able to limit the damage.
This is just the 13th pitch of the 4th inning. Well hit to right. Puig's got a long way to go, and he's not going to get it, and either is anybody else. It's a home run. Nick Ahmed. He hit one last night. Now has 6 on the year. And the Diamondbacks have a lead, 3-2.
A little momentum shift here. Yasiel Puig hit a double last inning. The Dodgers couldn't get him around. Here, a leadoff base hit. Looks like you got 2 out men on first. You get through the inning, but Ahmed has other plans. That ball caroms off the back wall that's already over the home run fence. Back onto the field of play.
Ahmed now with 6 home runs and 20 runs batted in. They're beginning to flirt with the notion that Ahmed out of Massachusetts might be their leadoff hitter. He's been hitting better and better of late. About 320 over the last 10 games. So the Diamondbacks with the lead. And De La Rosa, it's 1-2. A.J. Pollock on deck. And it's outside. De La Rosa got aboard on an infield hit in his first at bat at a Baltimore chop. Turner fires a bullet to Gonzalez, but an infield hit, Lamb, and a 2-run home run for Ahmed, and we'll go to the 5th. Arizona with a 3-2 lead. California Toyota dealers. Now, during Toyota's summer savings, you can save big on any 2015 Camry. And by Jack in the Box. Taste the new black pepper cheeseburger today, only at Jack in the Box. So the Dodgers down a run after the 2-run home run by Nick Ahmed, who has hit a home run in each of the last 2 games. He was a .227 hitter until the end of last night. And now Ahmed has become a hitting star against the Dodgers.
They're bottom of their order the last couple nights have really put the damage on the Dodgers. Ahmed the home run last night. Chris Owings got a base hit in front of it. And then you look at what's going on here tonight. And this looks like, you know, don't look up, Charlie, but these guys, if they beat us tonight, they're going to only be 4 out of first place.
Dodgers at 43 and 35. They've been as high as 12 games over 500 this year. The Diamondbacks are 2 games under 500. And with a win, as Oral mentioned, can move to within 4. Carlos Frias leading it off. And he chops it foul. Frias is now at 81 pitches through 4 innings. Peterson on deck and Kendrick to follow. So De La Rosa, who's been great in his last 3 starts with an ERA of under 1, showing why, and Frias down on strikes. That's a 6th strikeout for Ruby De La Rosa. Well, here's Jock Peterson. Last night he lost one and then some. Some said 459 feet, some said 461. Either way, it went a very long way. He and Alex Guerrero have more home runs as a rookie tandem. You know, the pair of rookies around Major League Baseball. Peterson robbed of a hit in his first at bat and then flied to center. He takes high and inside. 1 ball, no strikes.
You look at the rookie categories of where Jock ranks, and it's near the top in all the big ones.
He lines a base hit into center field.
That's the only category really he needs some help, is in the batting average category. The 20 home runs is number 1. The RBIs, he's number 2 to Chris Bryant. And Bryant hits in the 3-hole. Jock doesn't get a chance to drive in as many runs. He drives in himself a lot with his home runs. Total bases, he's number 1 in the rookie categories with 136. That would make it now 137 in total bases. Runs, he's on top at 45. On base percentage, he's on top also.
Now Kendrick, who's 2 for 2. Kendrick has lifted his average to 294. He's had a solid road trip. One out, 1 on in the 5th, and the Dodgers trail by 1. No balls and 2 strikes to Howie Kendrick.
This is where Howie will really use the right side being open with a man on first, with Jock over there at first. Goldschmidt having to hug the bag to hold Jock. 2 strikes. He's going to track the ball as long as possible and use that right side.
Kendrick, a 6-game hitting streak, 2 for 2 tonight. Fouls it back. In the first inning, he doubled to right. And in the 3rd inning, He dealt a single to right.
First one he got on the barrel, it was away. The next one a little bit on the hands, but was strong enough to get it over there. Going to try and do that same thing right here with this 2-strike count.
Peterson back with a head first slide. Jock, of course, a 30-30 man last year in the PCL. But he's only stolen 2 out of 7 this year.
A little different equation up at the big leagues. The catchers are a little quicker and stronger arms, and the pitchers pay a little bit more attention.
0-2 to Kendrick with 1 out. Way outside. Justin Turner is on deck. Adrian Gonzalez to follow. On a night in which the Marlins beat the Giants. On 1-2, Kendrick takes just inside. De La Rosa at 77 pitches. Chip Hale, his first year as the manager of the Diamondbacks. Of course, it was a disaster here last year. Out with the old, in with the new. And time is called. Of course, Tony La Russa, the team president. Dave Stewart, the general manager. Deshaun Watson came over from the Dodger organization to be the assistant GM. And there's Dave Stewart. 25 years ago last night, he pitched the no-hitter in Toronto with the Athletics. That was the same night that Fernando pitched his no-hitter.
How he tried to steal a pitch right there. They won't need to go to replay on this. This is not worth 2 balls.
Ooh.
One more of those and he'll get his walk.
Now he thought it was ball 4, and we see why. Might the Dodgers send Jock Peterson on 3-2?
It's a good risk.
There he goes. Foul back and out of play.
It's a good risk, A, because Jock's fast and possibly could steal the base. B, Howie Kendrick at the plate. Very good at tracking the ball. Lorenzo Bundy will probably have a flash sign. In these kind of situations where it's pretty much guaranteed that the runner probably is going to go, they don't like to give away the hidden, mysterious steal sign and let people try and start stealing. They give it just a flash sign.
They're not going this time. Kendrick down on strikes. That's 7 strikeouts for Ruby De La Rosa.
From up here, it looked like Howie might have fouled it off, but I guess he didn't. Just a clank behind the plate from Wellington Castillo. Good fortune that Jock wasn't going. Change up, swing and miss.
Popped out of the glove of Castillo. And Turner, who's had no luck against De La Rosa tonight, strikes out swinging twice, and this is his 3rd meeting with Ruby De La Rosa. As if he is telling the Dodgers, see what I might have been able to do for you guys. Went to Boston and the Gonzalez, Beckett, Punto, and Crawford deal, and then came over here. It looks like at long last, at the age of 26, he is beginning to find himself. Dodgers signed him as a teenager. '97.
97 miles an hour, and signed, made his professional debut in 2007.
Adrian Gonzalez is on deck. Peterson is at first. 2 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers, 3 runs and 5 hits for the Diamondbacks. And Turner up the third baseline. Turner 11 home runs and 36 runs batted in. Getting closer and closer to becoming one of the league leaders. Needing a few more plate appearances. Right now, Justin Turner is 38 plate appearances shy of qualifying for the batting title. At the moment, he's at 324. But D. Gordon and Paul Goldschmidt are way out in front. 2-1. Peterson leads from first. And Turner in the hole at short. Ahmed gets Peterson at second, and the inning is over. No runs, 1 hit. It'll be the top of the order for the Diamondbacks when we come back for the bottom of the 5th. After the game to see a musical performance and a spectacular 4th of July fireworks show presented by Cirque du Soleil's Curious. For more information, go to Dodgers.com/promotions. A.J. Pollock on the first pitch of the bottom of the 5th sends Ethier back. That is the first time all night Carlos Frias has gotten the leadoff runner out.
And this is times through the order that Carlos Frias has had to deal with, and you can see how the batting average goes up with the opposition and the strikeout rate goes down. So this is part of his growth in the fastball command off-speed pitches. And here we are, just got Pollock out, the first batter on the 3rd time around.
Each of the previous 4 leadoff hitters had gotten aboard. Diamondbacks a 3-2 lead. Nick Ahmed, a 2-run home run in the 4th. Peralta takes a strike.
There is a different wrinkle right there that they've saved. A 78-mile-an-hour curveball.
Not a full-fledged shift on Peralta, but they play him as a significant pull hitter. And the dangerous Paul Goldschmidt is on deck. Frias on 1 and 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Dodgers need a victory tonight so that they can at least have an opportunity to finish the month at 500. They're 13 and 15 in June. Gonzalez clanks it, but Kendrick is there to back him up, save his bacon, and Frias makes the play at first.
It kicks out of a Gold Glove, and it ends up being a 3-4-1 on the Morongo slow-mo cam. And Howie Kendrick does a nice job not only recovering but throwing this ball before Carlos Frias gets to the bag. He's cocking his arm, and even at the first, knowing Frias just better be there.
Kendrick does a terrific play.
Well, Frias did a nice job too, because Adrian's saying, oh, maybe there's some piece of leather that broke, but if it really broke, he'd probably be changing his glove. But Frias does a good job, because when you see the ball get away from the first baseman, a lot of times as a pitcher you stop, you hesitate, and you don't make it over there in time. And he just never broke stride, kept going. Did a good job picking up the ball and the bag at the same time.
So now 2 out, nobody on. Goldschmidt has walked and flied to center.
Take a look at Carlos Frias hustling over there. Ball's hit to your left, you immediately break, but he never really breaks stride. You see him kind of come up out of it a little bit. But nice job picking up the bag and the ball.
And the 2-0 to Goldschmidt. Now 3 balls and no strikes. 3 runs and 5 hits Arizona, 2 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. Three balls and 1 strike to Goldschmidt. Well, he's got as good a shot as anybody as a potential Triple Crown winner. Boy, can he hit. A 2-out single to left. He extends his hitting streak to 11 games.
Just a lot of top hand in this swing to get on top of this pitch and hit a ground ball and a ball that's this high. Gets the hands above the ball because the barrel is going to drop below your hands. So if you're going to hit the high pitch, you better get your hands over top of the ball.
1-2 in all-star voting for first base. Last night, there was just 1 perfect inning thrown by the Dodgers. Bolsinger in the 4th. So the Diamondbacks have had base runners galore.
And because of the number of relievers the Dodgers had to use last night, they're going to take Carlos Frias as far as they can. 92 pitches so far. His high 5 starts ago was 107. It's been his season high as far as pitch count is concerned.
Tomas lines one into center field for a base hit. Goldschmidt will hold at second. Nothing's been easy for Carlos Frias tonight.
2 quick outs. Fly ball to left, and then the 3-4-1 with Adrian and Howie. A couple of elevated pitches. This a changeup up, and then the ball that Goldschmidt hit, the fastball. A little 2-out trouble for Carlos Frias, and that's what happened last inning when they gave up the 2 runs. He had 2 outs, man on first, and gave up the home run to Ahmed.
Pollock began the inning flying to left, and Peralta scalded one off the glove of Adrian Gonzalez. Kendrick would back it up and throw out Peralta. Now back-to-back hits for Goldschmidt and Tomas, both hit hard. And Jake Lamb is coming up, and he's 2 for 2 and 2 runs scored. Rick Honeycutt's going to go out and talk to Frias, and he's going to buy some time as the Dodger bullpen's beginning to stir around.
He's definitely buying some time right here. Rick asking if he's okay. He's shaking his head yes. Bear down right here. You got 2 outs. Let's go.
That's Juan Nicasio. Nicasio 2/3 of an inning last night, 2 runs and 2 hits. Nobody distinguished themselves out of the bullpen last night.
The momentum swing when Ahmed hits the 2-out home run last inning, and this is a huge momentum swing right here to get the Dodgers in the dugout only down by 1.
Gonzalez, Puig, and Ethier will bat for the Dodgers in the 6th. It's Goldschmidt leading from second, Tomas from first, and Lamb throw down to second base. Dodgers trying to find or hope that Goldschmidt might be napping.
I like the idea from Yasmani Grandal and Jimmy Rollins. Try and bail your pitcher out. He's had a couple 2-out hits right here. Maybe getting a little tired with the pitch count getting up. A guy that's gotten 2 hits off of him already tonight. Maybe we can get him out of it ourselves.
No balls and a strike. Sliced down the left field line and into the stands. Jake Lamb at 287 with a couple of home runs and 13 runs batted in. Well, after last night, watching the Diamondbacks tonight, you get a sense they're feeling pretty good about themselves, and the Dodgers are back on their heels a bit.
A big pitch here for Carlos Frias, the young man not overthrowing this, hits your spot. You got a chance to get out of this inning now with a 2-strike count.
Goldschmidt at second, Tomas at first, and here comes that 0-2.
Don Mattingly making the comment before the game that the growth in Carlos Frias will come when he stops overthrowing in the big moments. Just trusts his stuff and hits his targets. This is one of those moments he'd like to see that growth.
Dodgers down a run. The 1-2 to Lamb. Again, 2-2.
You just see the body language. Carlos has been following through straight ahead. He hasn't been falling off to first base. The body language is not very anxious, but look at the ball's flying over. See the leg kick, see him falling to first. He's just coming out of his delivery, and that's just too much effort. He's almost got to say to himself, less is more. Less effort will give you better execution.
And now Grandal trying to nurse Frias through this final out.
We see this same thing when everybody in the ballpark knows a big situation, including the pitcher and the catcher. But at the moment the situation arises, we always see Yasmani have to talk to Carlos. Carlos doesn't agree with the pitch call. They've got to get to a point where Carlos can calm himself down, trust himself, and execute.
Nicasio, when asked by Chuck Krim, "Are you ready?" nodded. Now the 2-2. Kendrick from the outfield grass throws out Lamb. Frias and the Dodgers can breathe a sigh of relief. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. 3-2 Arizona will go to the 6th.
Adrian Gonzalez set to lead off the inning for Los Angeles, and he has hit very well here over the course of his career. The reason being, he says it's because the batter's eye, such a flat wall, one color, no shadows. You don't have to worry about depth perception. You can see the numbers there. Since the roof is closed, you don't have to worry about a guy throwing a curveball out of the light into a shadow. He said good pitch recognition, big gaps, hitter's park, and you're hitting at altitude, guys. He said basically the ball flies here, and he loves to hit at Chase Field.
Adrian Gonzalez is 0 for 2 tonight, having flied to left both times. As Alana said, this is a place where he loves to come to work. .397 in his career at Chase Field. Last night, something that rarely happens, he took the collar in 4 at-bats. In 69 games against Arizona, 20 home runs and 62 runs batted in. But 0 for 2 last night, or 0 for 2 tonight. 0 for 4 last night. He did walk and score a run. Gonzalez, Puig, and Ethier to bat. In the 6th, Ruby De La Rosa. Oof. That'll get your attention.
Little chin music. De La Rosa has not been able to get the ball inside the lefties, and he doesn't want to make a mistake with a 1-run lead, and he doesn't make one there.
Line to left, but right at David Peralta.
That's a really nice piece of hitting from Adrian, just hitting in bad luck right there. You can only hit it hard, you can't steer it.
0 for 3 and Peralta in left. Makes the play on all 3 of Gonzalez's at-bats. Chris Sale of the White Sox. Boy, talk about sailing right along. In St. Louis tonight, 12 strikeouts in 8 innings. That ties Pedro's major league record of 8 consecutive games with at least 10 strikeouts. White Sox in St. Louis, and Puig is thrown out, 2 out. White Sox have a 2-1 lead in St. Louis. Cardinals hitting in the bottom of the 11th. Sale not around for the decision, but he did his job, and Andre Ethier has singled in 2 at-bats tonight. A 3-run inside the park home run for D. Gordon, and Miguel Rojas an RBI for the Marlins tonight as they beat the Giants 5-3. So Nicasio warming as if he's coming in the bottom of the 6th. Frias 98 pitches is done. Grandal on deck. Ethier takes down and in.
Even though it was a battle, Carlos Frias did a great job keeping the Dodgers in this game. I'm sure there's a lot to reflect on, but most of it'll be good, especially if the Dodgers can get him a run here or later and have him spit the hook and then pull out a W for somebody in the bullpen, which they've gotten 17 wins out of the bullpen this year.
So Ethier struck out in his last at-bat. Frias looks like a fighter who's gone the distance, now awaiting the decision. Getting a pat on the back from Rick Honeycutt. Ethier works the count full, 3-2. In the meantime, De La Rosa is up to 95 pitches. Grandal, a 2-run home run back in the second inning on deck. Ethier works out a walk, and that is the first walk given up by De La Rosa all night long.
And really a good thing for Mike Harkey to see that development. Wellington Castillo has put a lot of work into honing him into the strike zone. Chip Hale on the horn right now, making sure everybody's ready, and he is going to make a change.
Well, the last batter that De La Rosa would face, he walks Andre Ethier. Oliver Perez, the lefty, coming in. That'll turn around Yasmani Grandal, who's due to hit when we come back. Two runs and 6 hits in 5 2/3 innings through 97 pitches, 56 of them for strikes. And here's Oliver Perez in his 34th appearance. Perez pitched an inning and a third last night. No runs and a hit, a walk and 2 strikeouts. He comes in, he turns around Yasmani Grandal. Grandal hit his 12th home run of the year back in the second inning. And he has hit all 12 of his home runs from the left side. Came up last night against Perez, and he put on his wrong helmet. Switch hitter. He's got a near flap for one side or the other. So Grandal with his 12th home run of the year.
The Dodgers looking for a little 2-out thunder of their own. Ahmed's 2-out home run is the reason that Arizona's up 3-2.
Grandal, a .240 hitter from the right side, .270 as a left-handed batter. And all of his home runs have come when he's hit from the left side of the plate. Jimmy Rollins on deck. Diamondbacks 3-2 on Nick Ahmed's home run in the 4th. Dodgers looking for some kind of an offensive spark.
26 runs in the last 6 games. Now 2 runs here tonight, being the 7th game of that string.
As we mentioned earlier, almost half the Dodgers runs all year, 47 point something or other %, have come by way of the home run. True to form tonight, the 2-run home run by Grandal. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Dodgers have had somebody on every inning. This 2-out walk by Andre Ethier keeps that string alive. The runner that they had on, which was Yasiel Puig's leadoff double, is the one that hurts the most. They never moved him from second base the rest of that inning.
2-2 to Grandal. Did he check his swing? Yes. First base umpire Mike Bolchinski. So it's 3-2. Ethier will get the head start.
That kind of stays on the shoulder. The twisting of the body is what moves it slightly forward, but able to hold up. I think it's the grayest call in baseball, the check swing.
And the ball.
Yeah, that one too.
Full swing, strike 3. No runs, no hits, a walk and a man left. We go to the bottom of the 6th, and Arizona nursing a 3-2 lead. Frias's night is done. True HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices with MLB.TV Premium. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more. Every night on every device. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Dodgers make a double switch. Scott Van Slyke takes over in left field for Andre Ethier. He will bat 9th or 2nd when we get to the 7th inning. And Juan Nicasio on to make his 26th appearance. Nicasio last night, like everybody else, was roughed up 2/3 of an inning, 2 runs and 2 base hits. Altogether, though, on the year, opposing hitters hitting .217 against him. And Wellington Castillo will lead it off for the D-backs in the bottom of the 6th. Chris Owings and Nick Ahmed will follow. So Frias on the night goes 5 innings. Gives up 3 runs and 7 hits. But it seemed like a really long journey. He walked 3, struck out 1. Gave up a home run. And did not have a perfect inning. So Nicasio 0-2 to Castillo in the bottom of the 6th. Nicasio on 0-2. The big right-hander deals. Call strike 3. Fastball outside corner.
Fastball away, starts to tail back towards the plate. I'm not sure it made it all the way back. Got the call, though. Nice job by Yasmani Grandal, kind of ushering that one back to his chest.
Pitch framing. Now Chris Owings takes outside and low, 1 ball, no strikes. Dodgers and D-backs wrap it up tomorrow night as Owings fouls it off to the right. First pitch at 20-7. Brett Anderson and Robbie Ray. Off day finally on Thursday. This 34-game, 34-day journey began at the end of May in St. Louis. The one off day from then until day after tomorrow was a travel day to San Diego. Now 3-1 to Owings. And then over the weekend, the Mets are in town. Noah Syndergaard and Clayton Kershaw Friday night. On the 4th, how about this? Matt Harvey and Zach Greinke. And on Sunday, Steven Matz and Mike Bolsinger. Now 3-2 to Owings. Sac fly and a strikeout tonight.
That's some really fun matchups.
Ooh, all three.
Yeah.
Matz with a big debut for the Mets the other day.
Didn't he get 3 hits?
Mm-hmm. He knocked in 4.
Yeah.
Three and 2 with 1 out. 2 out and nobody on. And Ahmed coming up.
One fastball that was probably a ball that got called for a strike on a strikeout, and one fastball that is a ball that gets swung at for a strikeout. Juan Nicasio living right now.
If he can get Ahmed, it'd be the first perfect inning of the night and the second perfect inning of the series. Bolsinger retired the Diamondbacks in his 4th and final inning, 1-2-3 last night. Outside of that, there's been a base runner all the time.
That's some stressful innings when you're pitching through that much traffic.
Well, last night, the bullpen over the final 5 innings threw 107 pitches, 10 runs, 13 hits. Ahmed Gonzalez will track it down. At long last, a 1-2-3 inning for the Dodgers, who will send up Rollins, Van Slyke, and Peterson in the 7th, trailing by a run. Faced 4 batters, gave up a hit. And here he is to pitch the 7th inning in his 17th appearance. An ERA at 3 3/4. He has struck out 26 in 16 2/3 innings.
They've got some big arms in that bullpen, and they go from one big arm to the next. And it just seems like in the big leagues now, there's 3 to 4 arms coming out above 95 miles an hour. The Dodgers are going to have to get used to picking on those kind of guys that are starters and picking on the ones that come out of the pen.
So Jimmy Rollins will lead it off in the 7th. Scott Van Slyke on deck. And then Jock Peterson. Kendrick after that. The 2-run home run for Yasmani Grandal in the 2nd inning. And that has been the sum total of their offense tonight. 2 runs and 6 hits. Rollins takes a 94-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike. Rollins has bounced to first twice. At 2:09. Dodgers trail by a run, but it seems like a lot more than that.
It feels like that. Especially after the Yasiel Puig double that he led off the 4th inning with, and he ended up getting stranded, not even moving 90 feet with man on 2nd and no outs.
8th year, and Grandal would strike out. Rollins would ground out. And Borges takes a strike, or delivers a strike to Rollins. And it's 1-2. Since the Puig double in the 4th, the Dodgers have had 1 hit and 1 walk. Borges on 1-2. Rockies 1-0 in Oakland in the bottom of the 6th. Mariners lead the Padres 4-0 top of the 8th at Petco. And the Marlins beat the Giants. Now 2-2 to Jimmy Rollins. Dodgers have had 1 leadoff hitter to get on base tonight. And that was Puig, who was left stranded at 2nd. So Rollins making Borges work.
Jimmy has started to look like he's showing signs of coming out of it. He was hovering below 200 for a while, but now starting to get it comfortably above 210.
Works the count full. Next pitch will be the 8th. Enrique Borges, a big fella, 6'3", 251 pounds, from Panama. In his 8th season with the Diamondbacks, his first year at the big league level. Three and 2, and Rollins fouls it to the left, and Castillo will run out of room. Jimmy has walked 20 times this year, has been struck out 47. The Dodgers had their 7-game winning streak against Arizona come to an end last night on the short end of a 3-2 score in the 7th inning tonight. Rollins works a walk. So the Dodgers with a leadoff base runner.
And after the double switch, so you've got Scott Van Slyke coming up. And Jimmy Rollins' wheels are still good.
So a 9-pitch at bat won by Jimmy Rollins. Van Slyke at 262. Jock Peterson is on deck. Van Slyke at least showing bunt.
I really can't imagine him bunting. I think that was a total deke.
Well, it's been a while since Van Slyke has bunted. Van Slyke was talking today how he is dropping his hands on the bat a little bit, resting his pinky on the knob. Well, let's see how that works out for him. Here he is squaring to bunt again. It's been 3 years since he last bunted for a sacrifice. Lorenzo Bundy by Mattingly.
I think maybe a sign was missed, Charlie. Donnie looked like he was like,
what is he doing?
Yeah, like what is going on? And Mark McGwire next to him looked just as befuddled.
So Donnie instructed Lorenzo Bundy to verbalize whatever it is they want to do. So it may be another 3 years before he attempts a sacrifice. 4 home runs, 18 runs batted in for Scott Van Slyke. And it's 0-2.
Foul ball coming right at you. Or at the camera.
They'll get your attention. Rollins at first. 12th pitch from Borges is outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jimmy Rollins, by the way, leads the Dodgers with 6 stolen bases. He's also been caught 6 times. It's been 3 weeks since the Dodgers last stole a base. June the 7th. 22 days to be precise. Two and 2 to Van Slyke. Jock Peterson with 20 of the Dodgers' 101 home runs this season on deck. Two and 2. Van Slyke down on strikes. 95-mile-an-hour fastball upstairs.
The fastball up. Scott trying to extend his arms. They get it by him. You see the barrel drop below that ball.
So that's the first out. Andrew Chafin, the only other left-hander in the Diamondback bullpen, likely not available tonight. Went 2 innings and threw 42 pitches last night. Oliver Perez has already been used. He came in to strike out Yasmani Grandal in the 6th. And so Peterson, a left-handed hitter, against a hard-throwing right-hander, Burgos. Peterson is 1 for 3. 1 out, 1 on in the top half of the 7th inning. Big shift is on for Peterson in the infield, the outfield deep and straight away, and Peterson has to get out of the way.
Don Mattingly was asked before the game, what are the things that Jock needs to improve on? He says not a whole lot, but of course the swing's going to get better and the bat's going to stay in the hitting area longer, and that's going to give him more contact, so you're going to see the average go up. But he really likes his swing and he likes his learning curve.
One ball, one strike to Peterson, who has hit 7 home runs in June. The average distance 450 feet. Last night's home run was about 460 feet. Well over the swimming pool. Did he go around? Yep. That's Mark Wegner, the third base umpire.
Those are the hard ones for hitters when they give a partial swing and a partial get out of the way. It takes the bat a lot more forward than they wanted it to go.
One ball, 2 strikes, and 1 out. Last night's game took 3 hours and 49 minutes to play. 9 innings. Twelve pitchers were used. Rollins back with the head first slide. Howie Kendrick on deck. Kendrick 2 for 3, then Turner. Burgos, a 24-year-old right-hander. And the 1-2. Into center field for a base hit. So Peterson tonight, 2 for 4. And 2 singles to center.
Does a great job on this breaking ball, staying back on it and getting inside it and driving it up the middle. A lot of times earlier in the year he'd be rolling over this pitch. Watch this ball, and he just gets on it and just hits it right back up the middle. Really nice piece of hitting from Jock, and something we have not seen that much out of him.
Now Mike Harkey is going to go out. Talk to Burgos. Randall Delgado, a lean, hard-throwing right-hander, warming in the pen. Harkey's taking as much time as he can. And so Mike Winters, the crew chief, is going to go out and break it on up.
You just hope the way Howie's been swinging the bat, it's the right guy at the right time. Double and a single already tonight. Struck out in his last at bat. But with only 3 frames left, you don't know how many times you're going to get to set the table and drive the run in. The Dodgers really need to capitalize on this situation.
And he's been a clutch hitter all year. Kendrick at 293. A single, a double, and a strikeout tonight. Good speed on the bases. Rollins and Peterson. And Kendrick takes high. 1 ball, no strikes. Dodgers with 2 in the second. That's been it so far. Two and 0.
Oh, he looks very frisky in the box. Looks very confident. The waggle of the bat. The rhythm he has in there right now. He looks like he's zoned in.
Rollins the leadoff walk at second after Van Slyke struck out. Peterson at first base, single to center. Into right field, slicing toward the corner. And a foul ball.
Just a hair from missing a home run to right field.
Turner on deck, Gonzalez to follow. Two balls and a strike. Three balls and a strike.
Wound up, ready to hit, locked in, just had a good foul ball, thought he might have caught one, and now a very good take, backing him into a fastball count.
Turner on deck. Off to the right and out of play.
We're consistently seeing these good foul balls to right side of the field. Now we're making good swings, just missing it. If he can get on top of one of those, he's going to drive it to right center or over the right field wall.
So Rollins leads from second and Peterson from first with one out in the top of the seventh. And we'll do it again. This will be the seventh pitch of the at-bat for Kendrick. Burgos will throw his 25th. He threw 15 last night. Again, the 3-2. And we'll do it again.
Great foul ball right there. Boy, he made a really good pitch for a 3-2 pitch. Down and diving towards Howie's knees. Fought it off. Big time foul ball from Howie Kendrick right here.
Well, this will be the eighth pitch of this showdown. Enrique Burgos, Howie Kendrick, and time is called. Biggest at bat of the game to this point. The eighth pitch. And Burgos steps off the rubber. Whatever happened to pace of play?
It slowed down.
A slow pace. Three and two. Rollins leading from second. Peterson from first. The eighth pitch. Into center field for a base hit. Rollins rounding third. He's on his way home, and Howie Kendrick on the eighth pitch of the at-bat with Burgos singles to center, and the Dodgers have tied it at 3. What an at-bat by Howie Kendrick.
He looked locked in right from the very first pitch. It took a while to get it done, but his third hit is a big one for the Dodgers to tie this game up. Stays inside the ball, drives this ball right up the middle. One hop onto the outfield grass. He had watched it 95, 96 away, in on the hands. Got one that he could get the barrel on and picked up his ball club.
Jimmy Rollins began the inning with a 9-pitch walk. Kendrick knocks out Burgos on an 8-pitch at-bat with an RBI single. Dodgers have tied it at 3. Chip Hale is coming to get Burgos. He's bringing in Randall Delgado. And when we come back, Justin Turner with 2 on and 1 out in the 7th inning. "35 innings, 32 strikeouts, a .357 ERA. Opponents are hitting .260 against them. And the Dodgers now with first and second, 1 out, 1 in the 7th, have evened the score at 3. Pennington comes in. He'll play second base, part of a double switch, meaning that he will lead off in the bottom half of the 7th. Now Turner takes a ball outside and low, 1 ball and no strikes. Boy, this inning put together by the 2 veterans up the middle for the Dodgers. Jimmy Rollins works out a 9-pitch walk. Peterson would single to center, and on the 8th pitch of the Kendrick at bat, he would single home Rollins, and we're tied at 3. Turner 0 for 3, takes outside, 2 balls and no strikes.
Justin Turner reached base 3 times yesterday, a couple of hits and a hit by pitch. Nice time to get off the schneid right now for this game.
(2-0) to Turner. 348 with runners in scoring position. 11 home runs, 36 runs batted in. Peterson at second, Kendrick at first. Turner takes inside, 3 balls and no strikes. There is nobody warming at the moment in the Arizona bullpen. Adrian Gonzalez on deck. Into left field and deep. It's going to stay in the park for Peralta. Tagging and going to third is Peterson. There's 2 out. Just got under it.
You are right about that, Charlie. Just a little too far up for Justin's swing right here. He tries to get all the ball and get on top of it. Just catches the bottom half. It's frustrating for a guy who knows he's got home run distance in his bat.
But now it's up to Adrian Gonzalez with first and third. Gonzalez tonight has flied to left twice and lined to left. And He takes under the knees, 1 ball and no strikes. David Hernandez now beginning to warm in the Arizona bullpen. So Peterson is at third. Kendrick is at first. Two and 0 to Adrian Gonzalez. Delgado in 35 innings has thrown 4 wild pitches. Gonzalez 5 for 9 against Delgado. That's 556. Now the count is full. And Puig on deck. Let's say count full. Counts 3 and 0.
I think some of that history between these two is creeping into Delgado's mind, the way he's throwing the ball right now. He doesn't want to come close with Adrian up there.
Taking all the way is Gonzalez, and it's 3 and 1.
3-0 changeup.
I wonder if he's thinking, okay, let Delgado, or rather Gonzalez, go and face Puig.
He could be thinking it, but he's risking more runners in scoring position.
Picking his poison. Gonzalez, of course, been hot against the Padres. Ground ball to second base. Pennington boots it. Has time to throw out Gonzalez, and that will end the inning. But the Dodgers come up with a run, 2 hits, and leave 2, and pull all even at the 7th inning stretch. All even as we go to the bottom half of the 7th inning. Howie Kendrick on the 8th pitch of his at-bat against Enrico Burgos. Ties is scored, knocking in Jimmy Rollins. Cliff Pennington, who came in part of a double switch, his first at-bat of the night, leading it off in the bottom of the 7th. And then Pollock and Peralta Nicasio's first pitch is fouled off to the left. The Achilles heel for the Dodgers last night and again tonight. Hitting with runners in scoring position. Last night 1 for 8 and tonight 1 for 8. But they've managed to pull all even. Nicasio quickly gets ahead, 0-2.
And now it's completely on the Dodger bullpen, which had its ego bruised last night and really came into their night's game. I'm sure when they came out early for batting practice, there was some anger about getting back on track.
On 0-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Last night, when the Dodger bullpen gave up 10 runs and 13 hits, their group ERA went from 2.93 to 3.29. So it wasn't just their egos that were bruised. But Nicasio retires the Diamondbacks in order in the 6th. Pennington leading it off against Nicasio in the 7th, and he fouls it off to the left. Pennington, Pollock, and Peralta. And if anybody gets on board, Goldschmidt. Two and 2 to Pennington, beginning the bottom of the 7th. And Pennington will not go quietly. Pennington came up with the A's in 2009. And he has been in Arizona since 2013. Out of Texas, 30, switch hitter, and prolongs the at-bat. Well, the next pitch that he faces will be his 8th. So Grandal goes out to talk with Nicasio. Pennington 209 on the year. Peterson's not going to get that. So the 8th pitch of that at-bat is won by the light-hitting Cliff Pennington.
We have had some good at-bats here on both sides of the coin. Pennington picked on that fastball right there and hit it right where it was pitched. Nice piece of hitting.
The Dodgers tonight have had just 1 1-2-3 inning. That was Nicasio's in the 6th. Pollock 0 for 2 and a walk. Nine home runs, 35 runs batted in. Nicasio misses down and away at 95.
Howie Kendrick's hit didn't put the Dodgers on top, but it did pull them even, so that makes this a shutdown inning for Juan Nicasio and the Dodgers. Right now you need to keep the ball down, get yourself a ground ball double play.
Not easy to do. Pollock's got great speed. Pick off!
Really nice snap throw here for a right-hander getting over there. You see he was leaning. And Nicasio, very quick feet and a strong, accurate throw. Even Yasmani Grandal behind the plate in that shot umpiring for you.
Nicasio's first pickoff of the year. Kershaw has 2, Anderson has 5, and Frias has 1. That's a big out. 2 balls and no strikes. Pollock played collegiately at Notre Dame. First round pick of the Diamondbacks in 2009. So they knew they had something early. 278 career hitter, and he's just gotten better and better. In his first year, 247. In his second season, 269. Last year, 302. Now the 2-1. For Juan Nicasio, that was his 4th career pickoff and his first in 3 years. Well, he picked a fine time, didn't he?
The key out.
3-1. Seemed to energize Nicasio. 3-2.
He backed himself into a fastball count, threw fastball up around the letters, and Pollock looked like one of those swings where I'm going to take a shot at hitting a home run and swing before you release it. He was cheating on that and didn't get a strike.
Full count, 1 out, and a walk.
And now the pickoff looms really large with the base hit and then the walk. And the only reason it's not first and second is because of that pickoff.
David Peralta stepping in. Padres shut out by Seattle tonight at Petco, 5-0. Padres are now 5 under 500. Peralta 0 for 2 and a walk. Goldschmidt on deck. Dodger outfield exceptionally deep. Peterson way out there in center. Now Pollock has 16 stolen bases.
Monty Grandal's been throwing the ball really well lately.
He's thrown out 11 would-be base stealers.
Nicasio just needs to give him a move somewhere under 1.3 to get him the ball. He can throw it down to second and 2, or even slightly under 2 the way he's been throwing, and that should be able to get pretty much any base stealer.
One ball, no strikes. Another quick toss. Nicasio, his 27th pitch upcoming. Daniel Hudson warming in the in the Diamondback bullpen. And the 1-0.
Nicasio asking for the ball back right there. Yasmani Grandal came up and kind of looked like he wanted to come out and talk to him. Nicasio giving himself his own pep talk behind the mound.
The Padres were held to 1 hit tonight by Seattle's Mike Montgomery. David Peralta awaits the 2-0. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Some big pitches for Juan Nicasio right here, mainly because there's a hitter at the plate, but it's the guy on deck that you really need to worry about. Howie Kendrick has had some good at-bats tonight, got the key RBI for the Dodgers. Paul Goldschmidt has also had some good at-bats tonight.
Peralta tripled in 2 in the 7th inning last night. Now the 2-1. Kendrick, Rollins, Gonzalez, a broken bat, 4-6-3 double play. Nicasio gets out of it. We'll go to the 8th with Puig leading off for the Dodgers. It's tied at 3. Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop at ChooseNissan.com. And by DraftKings. Play daily fantasy baseball for free on DraftKings.com. Use promo code BLUECREW for free entry. It'll be Daniel Hudson now on in relief for the Diamondbacks as we go to the 8th. This has been a tension-filled game tonight.
Sure has, especially after the tough loss last night and the bullpen meltdown. Offense broke on top tonight, but then the Diamondbacks come back, and fortunately it's all tied now.
The 9th game of a 10-game road trip and the 33rd game of 34 games in 34 days. Puig leading it off. Alex Guerrero will pinch hit for Nicasio, and Puig will take high and inside. 1 ball and no strikes against Daniel Hudson. Right-handers are 2 for 11 in his last 6 games, just 182 against Hudson. Coming off 2 Tommy John surgeries. So the Dodgers watching Hudson and how he has progressed. And Brandon Beachy coming off his 2nd Tommy John surgery. They have not yet circled a day for Beachy to return to the rotation. Puig taking all the way. It's 2-1.
Anytime you get a guy on rehab, you hate to put that abstract date out in front of them, because then they push for the date instead of listening to their body and listening to the rehab of how it's going and when to push and when to back off.
Puig a double in 3 at-bats tonight. Oof. 97 after the 2nd Tommy John.
I was going to say the ligament is holding up this time. Stretch that rubber band and throw at 97.
Guerrero, then Grandal to hit for the Dodgers in the 8th. Another at 97.
FCL can turn 97 around. He just needs to get something out over near the heart of the plate. Those one in by the hand are awfully tough to hit.
99 dipping down. First out of the 8th.
It's in. It's down a little bit where you can extend and get to it, but that ball had some velocity and a little bit of movement.
First out of the 8th, and here comes Guerrero to pinch hit for Nicasio, who does a nice job in his 2 innings. 2 strikeouts and a walk and a hit. And Pedro Baez, who threw 26 pitches last night. Starts him off with a slider.
Seems almost unfair when you last pitch to the last hitter with 99.
And then a slider at 89. The middle of the Diamondback order will hit in the bottom of the 8th. To third. Drop. Picked up. Lamb throws out. Guerrero 2 out.
That's some respect. Back-to-back sliders to Alex Guerrero. Second in home runs for rookies at 10. Little clank, but it was hit so hard you still got plenty of time.
So now there's 2 out. And Yasmani Grandal is coming up. Fouls it back. It's 0-1. The only defender on the left side of the infield for the Diamondbacks is the shortstop, Nick Ahmed. And he is a terrific fielder. Jake Lamb, the third baseman, moves over to the right side. And Grandal swings and misses, and it's 0-2. Second baseman Pennington in short right. Now on 0-2 to Grandal. 1-2. 98.
Yasmani's shown his power to left field. We can get one out where he can extend his arms and get the barrel on it. The ball is jumping still here in Arizona.
Talk about turnover in Arizona. Daniel Hudson, his 4th season with the Diamondbacks, is their longest tenured player. And he strikes out Grandal and retires the Dodgers in order. Baez will come in the bottom of the 8th. And he's going to face the teeth of the Diamondbacks lineup. Goldschmidt, Tomas, and Lamb. The 8th, as we have a look at the DraftKings game summary. Yasmani Grandal, a 2-run home run, his second in as many nights, gave the Dodgers an early lead. Nick Ahmed, a 2-run home run, his second in as many nights, gave the Diamondbacks a 3-2 lead until Howie Kendrick, who went 3 for 4 tonight with a double, knocked in Jimmy Rollins to tie the score. And here's Pedro Baez, who last night in 2/3 of an inning, 2 runs and 2 hits through 26 pitches. So the young right-hander, fresh off the DL, will be facing Goldschmidt, Tomas, and Lamb. Here's a note. The last time there was a Triple Crown winner in both Major League Baseball and thoroughbred racing was 1937. Joe Medwick of the Cardinals, or Admiral, won the Derby and the Preakness and the Belmont. Of course, this year American Pharoah won the Triple Crown, first one since affirmed back in '78. Paul Goldschmidt at the moment is 4th in the league in home runs, 3rd in the league in RBIs, and 2nd in the league in batting average. Be no horsing around for Baez. Goldschmidt tonight, 1 for 2 and a walk. How about that? Baez starts him with a slider.
Nice little 87-mile-an-hour slider. Daniel Hudson running it up there at 99. Baez can get close to that, but both of them defaulting to their breaking ball to start a few hitters off. Hudson did that with Guerrero. Back-to-back against Goldschmidt right there with sliders.
How about that? Goldschmidt with his base hit tonight extends his hitting streak to 11 games. 20 home runs, 64 runs batted in, and 353. Baez on 0-2. Chopped to short. Rollins picks it up and throws him out. So Baez retires the first batter in the 8th. The Diamondbacks' best.
3 pitches and 3 off-speed pitches in a row. Yasmani Grandal putting down some crooked fingers instead of the old number 1 that Baez has plenty of.
So 1 out in the 8th. Here's Yasmani Tomas. Yasmani meet Yasmani. Grandal behind the plate. Tomas tonight is 1 for 3. Hitting .314. 4 home runs and 29 runs batted in. Right over our heads.
Wouldn't you know it, we get a foul ball in the booth probably the night that Nomar's not here.
Then there would have been nobody going after it. Nomar. He'll go after it.
Yes, he would.
Line drive, base hit into left field. Van Slyke, a throw into second base, and he has got him! Van Slyke with his 6th outfield assist of the season. Andre Ethier earlier in the game, his 5th outfield assist of the season. And for the Dodgers, their 20th outfield assist of the season. Now 2 out and nobody on. What a throw by Scott Van Slyke.
Earlier in the game, we watched Scott Van Slyke not do it, but Andre Ethier. But this throw right here, both guys had to turn the opposite way to throw to second base, and that was a great, great throw. Another good tag from Howie Kendrick. Take the hop, the gloves going slightly up, and then get the tag down.
2 out and nobody on. Wow. 2 assists from the Dodger left fielders tonight. First Ethier, and now Van Slyke. Jake Lamb takes high and away. 1 ball and no strikes. So don't run on the Dodger outfield.
Some accurate arms.
And strong ones. And Ethier playing in left. His throw cutting down Wellington Castillo back in the 2nd inning. He was going away from the play to make that throw.
You got a left fielder going away from second base. You got a left fielder, a right-handed thrower doing the same, where Scott Van Slyke had to turn. It was a nice display of outfield play.
2 balls and no strikes. Lamb 2 for 3, swings and misses, and it's 2-1. As we look ahead to the 9th, it'll be Jimmy Rollins, Scott Van Slyke, and Jock Peterson. And Kendrick, who's 3 for 4 and an RBI tonight, bat 4th if anybody gets on. Three and 1 to Lamb. Castillo, who is 1 for 3, is on deck. Lamb has a couple of home runs and 13 runs batted in. Lamb out of Seattle. 6th round pick 3 years ago. Played 37 games last year. 3 and 2, 96 about the letters.
Those are hard to catch up to. Baez doing a very nice job throwing strikes, and I know he got helped out by Van Slyke's assist, but after a rough outing last night, when you're a youngster, to just get back out there again and get your legs under you and attack the hitters is a good thing.
On 3 and 2, we'll do it again. Brad Ziegler is on in the bullpen.
Strength against strength, 98 miles an hour. Yasmani almost able to glove the foul tip. Hard enough to catch a ball going 98 miles an hour, then one that gets foul tipped.
Can't teach it, can't practice it. You do or you don't. Again, the 3-2 to Lamb. Pop foul over our heads and to the left. Frias went 5 innings tonight, 3 runs, 7 hits. Ocasio, no runs and a hit in 2 innings. Now Baez. Diamondbacks have had De La Rosa, Perez, Burgos, Delgado, Hudson, and now Ziegler warming up in the pen. 3 and 2, 2 out, bottom of the 8th. Lamb down on strikes, and Baez retires the Diamondbacks in a great throw from Van Slyke, who'll bat 2nd in the 9th. Rollins, Van Slyke, Peterson coming up. 76. Back with you tomorrow at 6:30. Brett Anderson and Robbie Ray. An off day on the 2nd of July and then the 4th of July weekend. Friday night, Noah Syndergaard and Clayton Kershaw. Saturday at 4:15, Matt Harvey and Zach Greinke. Sunday, Steven Matz and Mike Bolsinger. The Mets are in town, and there's going to be some great pitching on display. And Brad Ziegler has had a great year for this Arizona Diamondback club. His 35th appearance.
You go from the flamethrowers to Brad Ziegler, who is going to be coming from the land down under and trying to sink it on you. So another look for the Dodger hitters.
Rollins to lead it off. Tied at 3 as we go to the 9th. Trying to bunt for a hit and fouls it back. It's 0-1. Rollins tonight's bounced to first twice. Worked out a 9-pitch walk in the 7th inning to lead it off. After Van Slyke would strike out, Peterson lined a single to center. And Howie Kendrick on an 8-pitch at bat would drive home Rollins with the tying run. That's where we are, 3-3 in the top of the 9th. Over the past couple of years, the Dodgers have basically rolled over the Arizona Diamondbacks. Certainly not last night, and tonight a terrific 3-3 tie. Neither team's made an error. And a fly ball straight away left field, and David Peralta's there.
The D-backs have out-hit the Dodgers 9-8, but the Dodgers have cut 2 of those guys down, trying to stretch long singles into doubles, both from left fielders, Andre Ethier and Scott Van Slyke. That's helped keep the defense intact.
Dodger defense so much better than last year. Van Slyke in his only at bat struck out, and now he bounces out quickly. 2 out. And Jock Peterson coming up.
Center fielder Jock Peterson.
Peterson 2 for 4 and also robbed of a hit by Nick Ahmed in his first at bat. Peralta will pitch the bottom of the 9th if there is a tie, and if Peterson hits one out, it'll be Kenley Jansen.
And that Dodger bullpen would do nothing but deliver an opportunity for a win to the ball club after melting down last night.
1 ball, 1 strike to Peterson.
Gotten 2 innings of zeros from Juan Nicasio tonight. A scoreless inning from Pedro Baez. And Peralta or Kenley Jansen will get their chance to pitch in.
Peterson went around, and home plate umpire Mike Winters didn't even have to consult Mark Wegner, the third base umpire. But meanwhile, 1 and 2. This is one of those nights where Peterson has neither walked, struck out, or homered. He is 2 for 4. Now he's been struck out. Mike Winters doesn't like that show. Peterson didn't like the call. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Castillo, Owings, and Ahmed. Peralta coming in. Last night gave up 2 runs and 2 base hits. Gave up a home run. 19 pitches. So the same bullpen that got tarred and feathered last night has been terrific to this point. Peralta's 12th appearance. ERA 3 1/4. 4 strikeouts, 4 walks in 8 1/3 innings. David Hernandez now warming in the Arizona bullpen. The 9th inning, come rain, come shine, is Joel Peralta's. Baez 1 inning, 14 pitches, 10 strikes. A hit and a strikeout. And an incredible strike thrown by Scott Van Slyke.
Best pitch of the inning.
Tomas tried to stretch a single into a double, and the assist from Van Slyke. So 2 different left fielders with an outfield assist tonight. There is research for everything. Castillo on 1-0. Breaking ball. Last time the Dodgers had 2 different left fielders with an outfield assist in the same game. 4 years ago, you remember Tony Gwynn Jr. and Xavier Paul, the X-Men.
I thought you'd have to go back farther than 4 years.
One ball and 2 strikes to Wellington Castillo. Castillo tried to stretch a single into a double back in the 2nd inning, and he was thrown out by Andre Ethier. The Dodgers on the year have made only 32 errors, ranked 2nd in the league. But they've got more outfield assists than anybody by a lot. The 1-2 to Castillo.
After watching some of the official scoring down there in Miami, I understand why they have so few errors. Ooh, there were some borderline calls that I thought were definitely errors that they called hits. They're going to try to lead the league in something.
Two and 2. All the other games around Major League Baseball have been played. Everything's final. From the Dodger perspective, Marlins beat the Giants 5-3. A 3-run inside the park home run by D. Gordon. And Miguel Rojas had an RBI. So the Dodgers, if they can pull this thing out, will have a 1.5 lead on San Francisco. If not, they'll be tied half it, or where they were at the beginning of the day, half a game in front of the Giants.
The only team in the division that won was Colorado. 2-1, they beat Oakland.
And the Padres fall 5 under 500. Best laid plans of mice and men. Castillo in his 16th game with the Diamondbacks. Peralta was ahead in the count. Now it is full. And Castillo to center field. Peterson going back, way back, and against the wall. He tracks it down. He makes these things look routine.
Ball was very well hit, had some elevation to give Jock some time, but he does pick a spot and run to it and then refocus on the ball. Puts his head down and he's running now. He refocuses and gathers himself, starts to feel the warning track under him. Never has to feel for the wall. Knows exactly where he is.
The radar range of Jock Peterson. Chris Owings 0 for 2 and a sac fly tonight. Aaron Hill now is pinch hitting for Owings. Hill 4 out of 16 coming off the bench. One ball and one strike. Diamondbacks figured he'd be their everyday second baseman. Has not worked out that way. Hitting .224, 3 home runs, 18 runs batted in. Nick Ahmed on deck, and he's been a dangerous customer for the Dodgers the past 2 games now. Hill just foul. Aaron Hill out of Visalia in his 10th big league season. Came up with the Blue Jays in 2005. Traded here in 2011. A career .270 hitter. 2-2. Last night's game went 3 hours and 49 minutes. And we're well on our way.
That one was only 9 innings. We got to hope for extra frames in this one.
Popped up, left side, Jimmy Rollins. 2 out. Last night, Nick Ahmed in the 5th inning off Peralta. Peralta hung one, and Ahmed hit one out. And then tonight, in the 4th inning, Ahmed hit a 2-run home run. So Nick Ahmed now has 6 home runs and 20 runs batted in. Kendrick, Turner, and Gonzalez will bat for the Dodgers should we get to the 10th.
He didn't start him out with a breaking ball. He came back with a fastball low and away after giving up the home run on the high curveball. But at some point, you're going to have to go back to that pitch. You just want to make a better pitch.
One ball, one strike. Ahmed, a New Englander, grew up on the Connecticut-Massachusetts border in East Longmeadow and played college ball at the University of Connecticut. He's a UConn Husky. Terrific defender, and he's been hitting much better over the last month or so, and Diamondbacks are thinking about making him the leadoff hitter. Put Pollock into the middle of the order. Here's the 1-1. Peralta thought he had a strike.
He sure did. He's taking a little walk to cool down. Take a look here what Pitch Tracks thinks. Just off the corner.
2-1. 2 out, bottom of the 9th. Pennington is on deck. Into left field. Van Slyke in, now out, and now back, and tracks it down a couple of steps in front of the wall. Nothing across. Go to extras with Kendrick, Turner, and Gonzalez coming up. Tied at 3, 10th inning next. As Peralta's able to retire the D-backs in order in the bottom of the ninth. Hernandez, he also recovering from Tommy John. This is his 8th appearance. He was one of the preeminent 8th inning pitchers in the game before the elbow snapped on him.
These guys coming back from Tommy John, a lot of people say, well, they throw harder. They don't throw harder. They just go through a rehab process where their bodies get stronger and they get back to velocities usually that were real close to when the original rubber band was in there.
So prior to the time that they break down, they're losing velocity quite naturally. And then
exactly. And that's why people then think, oh, you gain velocity after you get the surgery. It's like, no, that's a misnomer.
Howie Kendrick, 3 for 4 and drove in the game-tying run in the 7th inning. Dodgers have used 4 pitchers. For the Diamondbacks, Hernandez is their 6th. And Hernandez with a fly ball, or rather a fly ball way back and gone. Hernandez serves it up. Kendrick hits it out, and the Dodgers take a 4-3 lead. Howie Kendrick with his 4th hit of the night.
He's gone double, base hit, strikeout, base hit that tied the game on a line drive up the middle, and now a line drive over the right field wall. Swinging the bat very, very well. A hit streak now, and ever since Don Mattingly gave him a day off, he has really found his swing.
That gets Kenley Jansen up in the bullpen.
Let's take another look at this one, Charlie. He stays inside it again, gets something that was slightly elevated on the pitch and then elevates it over the wall. And there are a lot of Dodger fans still in the house that travel well, and they're bringing up the "Let's Go Dodgers" chant.
Kendrick with 7 home runs all of last year, just cracked his 7th. Friday night, Kendrick with 4 hits. Tonight with 4 hits. And the Dodgers take a 4-3 lead. Kenley Jansen, of course, did not pitch last night. So he is well rested and ready. Turner is 0 for 4, and the Dodgers with a 4-3 lead. Down on strikes is Turner. First out of the 10th.
First baseman Adrian Gonzalez.
Stan Conti, Howie Kendrick, Zach Greinke. And Adrian Gonzalez stepping in. He's 0 for 4. So 2 more home runs for the Dodgers. Now at 102.
And another run that's attributed to home runs. So again, more than 47% of their runs tonight came by home run.
Well, this year when the Dodgers hit at least 1 home run, they're 35-20. And when they score at least 4, they're at 33-5. Well, they've got a 4-3 lead, and they've hit a couple of home runs. And now it'll be up to Kenley Jansen to close the door. Yasiel Puig is on deck. Brett Anderson, Robbie Ray tomorrow night. So Gonzalez hitless in 4 at-bats tonight at .294. Fouled off to the left. Nick Ahmed, the only defender on the left side of the infield. The big shift is on for Gonzalez. After the game tomorrow, 10 days worth of dirty laundry will be packed onto the airplane, and the Dodgers head home an off day on Thursday.
During the baseball season, my dry cleaning bill's like a house payment.
It's about the
There is no dry cleaner that wants to do a bad job for me. They want to keep me as a customer.
For Howie Kendrick, by the way, the home run. This is his 3rd 4-hit game of the season. Tied for the most in the National League with Yunel Escobar and D. Gordon. And Puig with a base hit into center field. So David Hernandez comes in, and the Dodgers are with a hearty welcome. And for Puig, he's 2 for 5.
He does a good job getting inside this fastball right there on the corner, but drops the head of the bat, pulls the hands in close to the hip so he can get the barrel on it. Good piece of hitting, Yasiel.
Mike Harkey coming out. Alberto Callaspo is going to come up and pinch hit. So Peralta, who had a rugged night last night, retires the Diamondbacks in order in the 9th. And if Kenley Jansen can get the job done, Peralta will win the game.
Castillo out there in front, giving some signs, but I don't think we're in a bunting situation or a base stealing situation, but I guess he gave the signs on where they're going to throw if the runners happen to be going.
Callaspo takes low and outside. Alberto Callaspo, his 27th game with the Dodgers, sitting .291. 2 RBIs, 4 doubles. Gonzalez at second, Puig at first. There's a strike.
And he's put the work in with Mark McGwire and John Valentin. They've shortened his swing. He's shorter to the ball. The weight distribution in the stance looks a little different. It just looks like he is hitting now according to the skills he brings to the game.
And a fly ball into short right. 2 out. Yasmani Grandal is coming up. Grandal tonight, since the 2-run home run in the second, has been struck out 3 times. But Howie Kendrick, who drove in the game tying run in the 7th, homers here in the 10th to give the Dodgers the lead. Grandal, 12 home runs and 29 runs batted in. Inside and low, 1 ball and no strikes. Rollins on deck. The leadoff home run for Kendrick here in the 10th. Dodgers 4-3. Grandal takes inside. And it's 2-0.
It'd be nice to get a little insurance run here. Ball's been jumping out of here the last 2 nights. The heat outside the building.
And the heat inside the building.
Creeped inside the building.
83 degrees inside. At game time, it was 108 outside. It's not the heat, it's the humidity. In the last 2 stops, the Dodgers have had both. In Miami and now here. 2-1, 2 out, and 2 on. 3-1. Well, this is not the David Hernandez that the Dodgers saw over the years prior to the Tommy John. Three balls and 1 strike to Grandal. Taking all the way. It's 3-2.
Yasmani must have been looking for something away, because that was on the inner half and he just took it. He's been hitting the ball really well to left field and really well on the outer half of the plate.
Home run to left last night. Home run to left tonight. Runners go on 3-2. Fly ball left field. That one is well hit, and that one is off the wall. In to score is Gonzalez, and here comes Puig. Yasmani Grandal going the opposite way yet again. 3 runs are in for the Dodgers in the 10th. They now lead it 6-3.
Three and 1, 2 out. Fastball. Inner half. I don't want it. He's keyholing him for the outer half. 3-2. Fastball in attempt. No, out there where I want it. And he goes to left again, causing damage to left field in both these games for Yasmani Grandal. This not a home run, but a double that gives 2 insurance runs to the ball club.
Well, Grandal has knocked in 4 tonight. Kendrick has knocked in 2. The Dodgers lead 6-3, and they have knocked out David Hernandez. today, and after the problem that Alan Webster had last night, boy did he ever. 3 2/3, 4 runs and 5 hits. He was sent out. Stites called up. In 9 appearances in Reno, 3 saves and an ERA of 3. So Howie Kendrick with his 2nd career extra inning home run, leading it off for the Dodgers in the 10th. Now Rollins fouls it off to the left. Turner would strike out. Gonzalez would walk. Puig would single into center field. Callaspo flied to right, and then Yasmani Grandal doubled in 2. Grandal has 4 RBIs in the evening, and Howie Kendrick has the other 2. And the Dodgers lead 6-3. And the bullpen, which struggled so badly last night, terrific tonight. Nicasio 2 innings, no runs and a hit. Baez an inning, no runs and a hit. Peralta a perfect 9th. And that one is drilled to right. And Rollins had home run distance, but got out in front.
Yeah, nice response from the bullpen. After the meltdown yesterday, they were actually all on the back of the bus back to the hotel, and there was a lot more noise back there compared to a normal loss. They were chirping over what they needed to respond to. I think there was a lot of debate back there on the home run call from the fan reaching over the fence. I think there was some debate back there on how they all let each other down and the team, and I think they all came out with a renewed focus and turned the page.
Last night's game, 3 hours and 49 minutes, and we're closing in on 4 hours tonight. Rollins rolls the wrist, bounce to second. The inning is over, but the Dodgers come up with 3 runs. Howie Kendrick, his 7th home run of the year. And Yasmani Grandal, a 2-run double, gives the Dodgers 3. Kenley Jansen is on his way in. Be especially happy. Howie Kendrick knocked in 2. Yasmani Grandal knocked in 4. So the 6 RBIs from players that the Dodgers picked up in trades. Grandal the 4 RBIs. He now has 31. Kendrick with the home run 2 RBIs has 34 runs batted in. And here's Kenley Jansen in search of his 12th save. The Dodger bullpen, which got tattooed last night in 4 innings, 10 runs, 13 hits. Tonight in 4 innings, no runs and 2 base hits. Last night they threw 107 pitches, and to this point just 59. So big turnaround for the Dodger bullpen.
And nice to hand the ball to Kenley Jansen right here.
Looking for his 11th save. Pennington leads it off. Pollock and Peralta to follow. Turner on the grass at third. And Pennington takes a strike. It's 0-1. So the two newcomers, Kendrick and Grandal, knock in all 6 Dodger runs tonight. And Peralta at the moment, who stands to win, also came over in a trade. To second base. First out of the 10th.
Center field, A.J. Pollock.
Opposing hitters against Jansen are hitting 115. He has struck out 26 and still hasn't walked anybody. A.J. Pollock 0 for 2 and 2 walks. At 93, a call strike, 0-1. David Peralta on deck.
93 that feels like 97 to the hitter because of how big Kenley Jansen is and how good his mechanics are getting down the hill and close to the hitter.
There's a strike. That is 0-2. Pollock hit a home run off Jansen in the 9th inning at Dodger Stadium back on June 10th. Dodgers would eventually win. Wouldn't you know it? Kendrick had the walk-off hit that night. What goes around comes around. Jansen blew the save, got the win, and Kendrick with the walk-off hit. And tonight, Kendrick with the home run in the top half of the 10th. Gave the Dodgers a lead, and then Grandal would double home 2 more for good measure. Pollock is done. There's 2 out. Now it's 27 strikeouts without a walk from Kenley Jansen this year.
High fastball, gets it in the inner half, doesn't really put much cut on it at all. Just a 4-seamer up and in, and really hits his spot. Just ties up Pollock on his hands. Really nice response. A team that looks like a first place club in the division. A response to last night's tough loss. An especially good response by the bullpen.
David Peralta. Overmatched. 0-1. So the former Dodger second baseman, Dee Gordon, hits a 3-run inside the park home run to beat the Giants. Kendrick, who came over in a trade, knocks in 2 for the Dodgers. Grandal knocks in 4, came over in a trade for the Dodgers. And Peralta stands to win the game over in a trade from the Rays. 1 strike away. And Andrew Haney, who was involved in the trade for Kendrick from the Marlins, pitched for the Angels tonight and beat the Yankees. Is everybody happy? On 1 and 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. What's left of the crowd of 22,000, almost all Dodger fans.
It'll be nice for Kenley to nail it down right here on his 11th pitch. He'll be nice and fresh and ready for tomorrow.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs to David Peralta. 0 for 3 tonight. 2-2. Now 3-2. Four hours and 5 minutes into the game. And on Jansen's 12th pitch, his first walk given up all year.
He gets ahead and then just never gets him to chase. And Peralta just doesn't help. Kenley is a great self-evaluator, and he will be beating himself up over that one, hopefully after he records this save.
Well, he's going to be facing the Diamondbacks' best. Goldschmidt, 1 for 3. He extended his hitting streak to 11 games tonight. He's also walked. Peralta goes to second. The Dodgers could care less. Defensive indifference. Goldschmidt at 351. 20 home runs, 64 runs batted in. No balls, 2 strikes. Dodgers this year are 3-3 in extra innings. The Diamondbacks are 4-4. Goldschmidt and the Diamondbacks are down to their final strike. Drilled to left field and deep, and it is off the base of the wall. In to score is Peralta. Goldschmidt arrives at second base with his 65th run of the year, 65th run batted in of the year. And that will bring the tying run to the plate.
Now, how big is the Yasmani Grandal double now that drove in 2 insurance runs? Kenley Jansen going right after Goldschmidt gets a little bit too much of the plate. It cuts like he wants, but it didn't start out in the right place. But for the Diamondbacks, it ended up in the right place.
Now Rick Honeycutt. Trying to settle down a somewhat dejected Jansen. A pitch away from nailing it down. And now the Diamondbacks in Tomas, the tying run at the plate. Tomas swings and misses, nothing in 1. His first 2 at-bats, he grounded out. In the 5th, he singled to center. In the 8th, he singled to left, tried to stretch it into a double. And Van Slyke would throw him out. Off to the right. Slicing. Gonzalez can't reach it. No balls, 2 strikes. Jake Lamb is on deck.
Yesterday's failure of the bullpen, Kenley was the only non-performer. And now the response to that bullpen following through tonight rests squarely on his shoulders. And you know he wants to finish it off.
His 18th pitch. 0-2. Tomas. Called ball, strike 3, and the Dodgers hang on and beat the Arizona Diamondbacks 6-4. With the Giants losing in Miami tonight, the Dodger lead is a game and a half as they improve their record to 44-35. They are now 5-4 on the road trip, and they'll be heading home after the game tomorrow night. But first, in this 4-hour and 9-minute epic, the Lexus player of the game, Howie Kendrick. Doubled in the first, singled in the third, drove in the game-tying run in the 8th, and gave the Dodgers the lead run in the 10th with his 7th home run of the year. So the Dodgers, 6 runs, 11 hits, no errors. They left 8. Diamondbacks, 4 runs, 10 hits, no errors. They left 6. That's a wrap from Phoenix. For Alana Rizzo and Oral Hershiser, Charlie Steiner, say good night and goodbye. Now it's time to send it back to Access Sportsnet Dodgers, brought to you by Nissan, and we'll talk to you again tomorrow.